Wow. 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 Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Hello. Let us see. What is there to listen to today? Mm, 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 mm. All of this so silly. Okay, we'll start with some Pokemon music, and then when more people show up, we have uh three art class videos. Sorry, I'm still EP. I've been sleeping so much lately that I'm like tired all the time because of it. Too much sleep. But yeah, once some other people file in, we'll listen to some R slash together. Okay. I wanted to make something for Valentine's. I don't really have a plan, except for, of course, it would be like kind of saucy. What are those the fucking bunny girl? I need a proper reference for that idea. Mm. I could do like a little chibi thing. Jesus. Mm. I need to take some headache medicine. Hold on. Well, hi, Gray. Sorry, I was grabbing some headache medicine really quick. Love is in the air. Yes. Uh, I'm trying to figure out a Valentine's piece with Juniper. I'm kind of leaning towards this little heart-shaped balloon one. I think that one's really cute, honestly. I'm probably gonna do this one. Like, I'm gonna leave these as still like I might work with these with something else like at another time, but I think I'm gonna draw this one. I like that one so far. Hello, welcome me in. Happy Valentine's Day. Actually, I wonder if on VTube Studio if I have any little scene thingies that would work for Valentine's Day. There's a no rats thing. That's so funny. If I ever play Triple Z again on stream, I should definitely put that on there and just every time I try to roll for for Jane Doe, if I don't get her, you just put no rats. Happy chocolate day. Yeah, I'm only gonna stream till 12 is what I've decided. This is kind of like my wake up stream, like a chill morning little Valentine's art stream. And I'll stream till like 12 and then I'm gonna start cleaning the house because the dishes need to be done. I need to sweep and vacuum because it's been a few days since we did. And I'm tired of stepping on shit. Plus, right now I'm home all the time, so what else can I do besides like stream and clean? So, uh, okay. Well, great. Since you're here, we have 3 r slash videos. Yeah, I follow like a triple Z news account basically where they post about like the new characters coming out. She's really pretty. Fuck you, Virginia Call. Go away. I applied to so many jobs last night that Indeed has like spammed me with job recommendations. Yeah, does she? A State Farm agent. Wowee. 55,000 a year is not bad actually. Olive, no ma'am. I see her trying to chew on like the shelf. KFC general manager. Oh my god. No, thank you. I do not want to manage a fast food restaurant. Good lord. Okay. I hope so. Because I don't have enough to cover my bills right now. I what do you call it? I have less than $400 to my name, and my car bill is 454, and rent is like 450. I can get my tiny bills paid, but I can't pay my big bills. And that's where I'm stressed out the most. Um, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know. I might have to try and borrow money from my family or something. I don't know. I need a new job like right now, right now. If I can get a job and start within the next 2 weeks, if I get paid on like the 26th, I'd be fine. But if not, then I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. My parents are going to pay my phone bill for me, or my portion of the phone bill, so I don't have to worry about that. Um, I don't know. I don't know, man. Happy Valentines. I'm depressed and I don't have a job and I can't afford things. I don't know. I've applied to so many jobs. I even started applying to server jobs, which don't pay for shit. So, like, you know, you know, I'm gonna have to like next week. I'm probably going to drive out to like the bigger city, and I just won't stream all week probably, and I'll just sit out in like the big city and do a bunch of DoorDash. Um because it will be in a bigger city, so there will be like a lot more people actually like buying stuff because I'm more rural. So when I try to turn on the DoorDash, I don't get anything. And then it pauses after a while because there's literally nothing. So I'm probably going to do that next week while I'm still trying to job hunt. And I applied for um what do you call it? Uh Unemployment, but I can't get the website where they have a specific website you're supposed to use in Texas to apply for jobs through, and you have to apply to like 3 per week. But I can't get it to log me in for some reason. And I sent like an email about it, but I haven't gotten an email back because it says that there's already an account with my social security number, but it's not under any of my emails. Because I tried to do like a password reset and I didn't get anything to any of my emails. So like I don't know what's going on with that. So I can't even use their website to look for jobs. And if I don't use that website to look for jobs, then rest in peace, dude. You know, like if I don't fuck, if I lost my train of thought. If I don't use that website to look for jobs, then I won't get um my I won't get but my brain's already like dying. I won't What the fuck is it called again? I just said it. How did I already forget it? What the fuck? The 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 you have no job money. The no job money. I can't think of it. The unemployment money. Fuck my life, dude. If I don't use that website to apply for jobs 3 times a week, then I won't get unemployment money from the unemployment people because I'm just not showing like the effort to try to get a job. And I can only have unemployment, I think, for up to 8 months too. So if I don't get a job within 8 months, um, I'm definitely fucked. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into that shit probably after I finish stream. So thank you, Sarybot, for sniping the fucking. We love Sarybot in this household. But yeah, that's where I'm at right now. Because the 2 days that I worked with that last DSP didn't even give me like $200. So I gotta go get gas so that I can fucking do jobs. Um, I don't know. I don't know. Let's listen to some R slash. Yeah, shit's very tough right now.
Learns the lesson never.
When thank you for the head pad. Man, I wish I could get one of those random people who just decides to like charity give somebody money and just drops like $900 on my stream. A girl could wish. I'm putting it out there into the fucking like the void or whatever, into the universe, that I'm gonna get somebody really nice to donate me a bunch of money. Oh man, that would be the dream, wouldn't it? Someone call me B. Someone call Mr. Beast. Yeah, for real. I don't know. If you put a dot between like any words like that and you don't space it, it turns it into a link. You're fine. That's just what it does. Like you would have to do it like this, because if you do this, it'll turn it into a link, essentially. It's just how the dot works for some reason. It treats it as kind of like a .com thing. So it's not you, it's just specifically how it treats uh stuff like that. So yeah. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. It happens. Okay. Unauthorized link posting. Get smote, loser. Okay. Enough rambling. Let us listen to some r slash and draw big boobas on a Valentine's balloon.
Welcome to r/pro revenge.
If I draw this nice enough, I might be able to turn it into a keychain. And if enough people want it, uh, I could always try and convince Hydra to order some keychains and get them shipped out. But enough people have to want it to justify purchasing it. So,
Where a jerk learns the lesson, never mess with another man's dog. Our next Reddit post is from Deleted. I adopted a full-bred husky in the Pacific Northwest. We named him Toby, but after a while, he developed the name Real Big Toby. He wasn't a huge husky or Malamute, but boy did he look beautiful.
didn't we
And
listen
boy
to
did his
this one? Yeah, we did listen to this one. Hold on. I was like, I recognize that one already.
Welcome to r/off my chest, where OP breaks up with his girlfriend while she's in a coma. Our next Reddit post is from
Yeah. See, her keychain, she gets them from overseas already as well. So I wonder how that would work out. I don't know. I'll have to like ask her how that shit works. Oh my god. I sent Hydra the sketches and she just gave me a key smash and said her tit's so big.
I Am a Yam Sam. For some context, my husband and I work at the same company, though we're in slightly different departments. We have the same shift and normally get to take lunch together and interact frequently throughout the day. We always maintain work-appropriate behavior with each other while on the clock, though if it's slow, we'll occasionally have more friendly interactions. My coworker, Mel, started working with us almost a year ago.
Oh my god, Hydra.
She's very sweet, but she seemed very shy and sensitive. My department originally worried that she wouldn't work out because it was incredibly difficult to give her corrections. Even saying something like, "Oh, you wouldn't know this, but this client will always request this incorrectly, and what
Make them bigger. I can still see her face. Mel is a bitch. What? Oh, is a person named Mel?
they really need is this instead." And she would have to excuse herself to the bathroom because she'd start to cry. I now know this should have been a red flag, but the only relationship abuse I'd seen personally had been physical, and while that could have been happening too, I never met her boyfriend and never saw any bruises. About 2 months ago, she told us she had moved, and though I didn't pry, I could hear in her conversation that she wasn't including her boyfriend in the process. I stayed quiet, and I thought I had my suspicions, and I watched her come out of her shell. She was smiling more, she became less sensitive, and seemed overall so much happier. I didn't ask or question it, but simply enjoyed working with her in a better overall mood. About 2 or 3 weeks ago, we had a lull at work, and she started opening up to me. Mel confirmed that she had left her boyfriend and that it had been a long time coming. But it was because of my husband and I that she finally decided her relationship wasn't healthy and she deserved better. Mel told me that she watched how we behaved with each other and initially just thought that we were a unique couple with a strange personality. But we never yelled, even when we disagreed, and we worked together to find solutions. And it wasn't just exclusively us. Our other coworkers had similar reactions to us when mistakes came up or disagreements happened. No one screamed or called each other stupid. We searched for solutions and expressed concerns, and no one cried. She told me she had also been afraid to see us drink alcohol because she was afraid that we would turn into lunatics. She was talking about department outings for a birthday. We all had one drink. Obviously, no one turned belligerent, and that seemed to make her very unsettled. Again, no one asked because it's none of our business, and we just assumed that she had a bad history with alcohol, which was true. She told me that on multiple occasions, she had to search for her partner at 3 a.m. because he was sloshed somewhere and would berate her on the phone and also on the car ride back to their home. And for so long, she worked from home. She didn't know what normal human reactions were supposed to look like. She was also very grateful to be able to watch my husband and I interact, how we never talked poorly of each other and only shared our healthy expression of love. It helped her recognize she deserved better. I was very
Aww.
flattered and humbled to hear that my indirect actions helped her search for something better for herself. I wasn't even aware that my husband and I even had that level of effect on my coworkers. Normally, when I read a story about how OP caused another couple to break up, it's because they ended up sleeping together and someone got caught, so it's nice to have an actually wholesome story every once in a while. Our next Reddit post is from The Negotiation. My teenager and husband are so selfish that I've decided to just die. I've been suffering with
Jesus.
long-term chronic illness for the last several years. I've
Mm.
lived in constant pain for 4 years. I'm currently recovering from my 4th surgery. Through it all, I've been completely on my own, continuing to work and care for my family, giving them everything I have to give and then some, while also trying to manage everything that comes along with long-term illnesses without help or support. My husband is too busy with his task list to support me. He frequently downplays my communicated needs as frivolous and unnecessary, choosing to replace them with whatever he decides I should need instead. Usually something more
Castrate
practical
the
or
men.
easier for him. He took time off work to help me after surgery. However, he ended up spending it chipping it away at his to-do list instead of caring for me. I frequently experience post-op complications due to my lack of support system, such as injury or ripped stitches, from trying to care for my kids for myself. My husband seems to have no ability to empathize or be supportive, and instead buries his head in the sand and tries to keep busy or be useful. My daughter is my biggest nightmare, I realized. I hate that I'm saying that, and I feel like a monster, but it's how I feel. She's selfish and cruel. She cheats on boyfriends, lies about everything possible, is failing school, steals, falsely accuses people of assaulting her regularly, and betrays every friend she's ever had. She's very pretty and feels that makes her better than the people around her. She's aware that managing my stress is crucial to my health at the moment, but she openly does not care. She'll create drama intentionally prior to my procedures with zero remorse or empathy, and then watch me struggle and suffer without a care in the world. She reminds me of my abusive mother, whose selfish, narcissistic behavior escalated with each year. I can't help but feel like a complete failure for raising her to be this way. This was my biggest fear. I don't know where I went wrong. I believe that she's punishing me because I'm the only person in her life that cares more about her character than appearance. I will die on that hill. I made a huge mistake several years ago when my daughter first started acting up, and I pulled away from my personal life in an attempt to dedicate more to my family in hopes of turning her behavior around. I took a much lower paying job that offered more flexibility and let a lot of friendships drift away. I gave everything to try to fix this. Therapy, followed all professional instructions. I did everything I was supposed to do to help her, and nothing worked. Now I've sacrificed my financial independence and outside support system for nothing. Several months ago, I let my husband know that I was burning out and I really needed help. I begged him to step up and deal with our daughter, especially because the stress was killing me. He promised to take over and give me respite to take care of myself. He didn't follow through, though. My daughter's behavior escalated while being unmonitored. She made false R-word allegations, catfished people online, and lied about a bunch of things for attention. We're now being investigated by social services. During this investigation, she
Jesus.
continued her behavior completely unfazed and uncaring. My husband keeps falling for her act and thinking that she's changed, but she hasn't. I honestly don't think she will because, quite frankly, she doesn't want to. She's in her glory and loves every second. She absolutely does not care how her actions affect anyone else. I don't know what else I could possibly do. I'm so tired. I've been drowning and begging for help for a long time. I don't even want them to help me, really. I honestly just want them to stop adding things to my plate and holding me underwater. I want them to stop draining all my resources so there will be something left for me. I'm supposed to have another major surgery in a week. I don't know how I'm supposed to manage recovery with not only no help, but also having my daughter doing everything she can muster to sabotage my health and recovery. It hurts so much that she cares so little for me. If they're all I have, and they don't care if I live or die, why am I still fighting?
All right,
I
have a
can't
good day
help
at
but feel
work.
that the only thing I have left to offer is my death. Maybe she'll care then. Maybe it'll be the wake-up call that she needs. Maybe me being gone will prevent my youngest child, who's 10, from going down the same path. At the very least, my last thoughts can be that hope. I'm just so tired. OP, it sounds like your daughter might be a narcissist, in which case, you killing yourself won't make a bit of difference. She'll blame you, if she even cares about you at all, and then just move on and start thinking about herself again. And as for your husband, he seems to be treating you more like a free maid service than like an actual wife. Our next Reddit post is from Throwaway Knock. My husband and I are Muslim, and so are our families. This adds a bit of drama to it all because our families are quite conservative about intimacy. My husband and I have been really busy with work, and I was missing him, so I thought I'd spice things up a bit. It's not unusual for us. We like to do a bit of role play and some dressing up. I ordered a maid outfit online and got all dressed up waiting for him to get home.
Oh my
I'm a
god.
teacher, so I tend to finish work earlier than him. He got home and I surprised him in the outfit. It got a bit hot and heavy after that. We went to
God.
the kitchen, which our neighbors can see into. And my in-laws are our neighbors. But we forgot that little detail as we were focused on other things. My mother-in-law barged into our house. She has a key. We hear
Oh
her yelling, and we're so
no.
confused. Why is she in our house? And why does she sound mad? I'm frantically looking for something to cover up with. She comes into the kitchen, sees me, and goes bright red. She apologizes a bunch and says something like, I thought my son was with another woman. I was ready to kill him. Me and my husband were so embarrassed, and my poor mother-in-law was so apologetic. The next
Oh
day, she went to her house for
man.
dinner, and she said that she was expecting a grandchild soon. I wanted the ground to swallow me up. We laugh about it now, but at the time, me and my husband were scared to even touch each other near any windows. Well, OP, I think on the bright side, you can at least have comfort in the fact that your mother-in-law has your back. She apparently really likes you. She doesn't want her son sleeping with some slutty maid hussy. Kinda sweet in a way, I guess. Also, I guess it's time to invest in some blinds, OP. Not blindfolds, you degenerate. Blinds. Our next Reddit post is from Deleted. I dated Cindy for almost 3 years. We had ups and downs like any couple, but I thought things were good. Her family adored me. Her parents, Jim and Michelle, told me how they thought that I was really good for Cindy. 6 months ago, I caught her smuggling her guy into my apartment when she thought that I would be at work. We had separate places, and she had a spare key to my place for emergencies. I'd been using paid time off that was about to expire, and I hadn't told her. Imagine my effing surprise when she and her guy barge in before they see me on the couch. She gasped, and he looked like he just got caught with his hand in a cookie jar. His hand was in something, I'll betcha. I made her
Stop
give me my
it.
key and kicked them out and blocked her. I think they were exercising some weird cheating kink by going to my apartment. They probably did it before. I went to a bar today after work to eat my weight in french fries and down a couple of beers. It's located 2 blocks from my apartment complex, so I wouldn't need to drive if I wanted to get drunk. I'm sitting at the bar and I have someone tap my shoulder. I look over and it's Jim and Michelle, my ex-girlfriend's parents. It took me a moment to recognize them. I asked what they were doing here. They told me someone at some point recommended this bar. It was probably me months ago, and they wanted to check it out. They invited me to their table, and I figured, why the hell not? We talked about work, and they asked how my mom was doing. I think we all knew the conversation was going to turn to Cindy, and her mom spilled the beans. She is now in a relationship with a guy that she was cheating on me with. Jim and Michelle absolutely despise him. He's very rude and crass and makes for a poor dinner guest. He's overly affectionate and possessive of Cindy. At Christmas, he drunkenly hit on Cindy's aunt, who's Jim's sister, and made things uncomfortable. Cindy
Bro.
forbade her folks and their extended family from asking about me or asking why the hell she left me for a fratty shithead. Cindy's folks feel immensely disappointed in her and told me that I was always such a help with family and family gatherings. They were even nice enough to cover my tab. I got home a few minutes ago and I feel better now than I have been. I suppose this is what winning a breakup feels like, which I acknowledge is petty, but what the hell. I knew someone who was cheated on, and they admitted to me that they do sometimes fantasize about the cheater, crying and coming crawling back just so that they could say, I don't want you anymore. Like just to have that one moment of revenge of
Cindy's
having the
mom's
cheater
got.
realize the errors of their ways. But I think this should be the new fantasy. This is even better than the crying, regretful ex. Oh, I'm so sorry. Please take me back. The parent saying, yo, you're so much better than the other guy. So, OP, you are the perfect example of the phrase, the best revenge is a life well lived. Our next Reddit post is from Pop Purple Puff. In 2023, a mom on my local moms group posted a plea for toys for her daughter's Christmas. She said that she and her husband couldn't afford to buy anything, and I felt bad because many people were commenting with rude and degrading responses. I didn't know this girl, but it turned out that we had mutual acquaintances, and we also happened to work in the same hospital. People said that she's a genuinely kind person and a hard worker. I bought some toys and clothes for her, and she cried when she picked it up, thanking me for helping her out. This past Christmas, I heard that she had to quit work to care for her mother, and she welcomed a second baby. She made a post again on the moms group and asked for small things for her kids. I offered to do it again, and I bought things for both daughters. The mom told me that these were the only presents her kids would receive this Christmas, as she and her husband
Bro.
were struggling. They even had to sell one of their cars, she claimed. Yesterday, she sent me a message to thank me for the gifts. I don't know what prompted me to click on her profile, but there was a recently posted video that she had shared from her TikTok. Turns out, this mom is trying to become an influencer. She boasts about having an elaborate gaming desktop. She spends
Oh.
money on designer bags. She goes on shopping sprees for products to endorse and boost her followers on social media. And she shares shopping
Damn.
hauls on expensive products for herself and her husband. I feel so stupid. I know you can't always believe what people say, especially when they claim to be in a rough situation. But man, some people just play you and take advantage of anyone's kindness. I know not all people do
Yeah.
this, but it's kind of ruined any sort of desire I have left to help families, especially during the holidays. And I also feel bad for thinking this way. OP, I think the main takeaway from this is even if you are stepping away from being charitable, don't step away from being kind, because being kind is free. That was r/off my chest, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put up new Reddit episodes every single day.
Yee. Yee.
Welcome to r/Ask Reddit, where people answer the question, do you know of someone who ruined their life in just a matter of minutes? If so, how'd they do it? Our first reply is from Not Another Empire. A guy got intoxicated at a corporate holiday party and made out consensually with his work wife, who was a one-rank subordinate. HR was unimpressed with violation of their zero-tolerance policy, and he was fired for cause. His actual wife was unimpressed with excuses and filed for divorce. Our next reply is from Kinetic Keep. She sold pills that she knew contained fentanyl to two people. The first one died. She found out and sold the same pills to another person who also died. Boom, life in prison. The texts between her dealer are what led to her arrest. And exposed that she
Bro.
had full and complete knowledge that the pills would result in an overdose. Obviously I don't know this woman, but since dealers
Dude.
typically buy their drugs from their supplier, my guess is that her reason was, well, I spent $20 on that pill, so I can't just be down $20, so I gotta sell it for $25 to at least make my money back. And if they die, oh well, at least I got $25. Our next reply is from Yes Rico Kaboom. When I was in my early 20s, I worked as an energy worker in field service. One of my really close friends was someone who I was on calls with regularly. A project lead pressured both of us to work on equipment that we weren't qualified or trained to work on, and we unfortunately relented. We were halfway done with the task, and I walked out to the truck to grab water bottles. Halfway to the truck, I hear a giant buzz, then a huge bang, then screaming. By the time I get back to the generator room, my friend is fully on fire. The cabinet had arc blasted, and he had been right in the way. By the time I got our fire blanket from the truck, he was basically fully engulfed. I was able to put him out and get him into as much of a recovery position as I could, and then I called our shop to get them to organize rescue to our location. He somehow survived 80 to 90% second and third degree burns, but he coded so
Jesus.
many times he ended up with severe brain damage from oxygen deprivation. He lost his eyes, his sense of smell and taste, and much of his sense of touch. I think he lost his hearing too from the noise of it. He's in a vegetative state in a full-time care facility now. I had freaking nightmares for
Bro.
years about it. The thing that stuck with me the most was since the arc blast had hit him basically right in the face, it basically boiled his skin off. I ran in and saw him ripping large pieces of his face off while he tried to bat the flames off. The smell and the sight of that never goes
Ugh.
away. Beneath that, someone says, I hope that supervisor got fired, literally breaking OSHA regulations, and OP replied, it turned into a huge multi-million-dollar lawsuit. That thing
Good.
settled out of court. It's so weird to me that if you burn a guy's face off, you go to jail. But if you're someone's boss and you make them burn their face off by being an incompetent boss, you just get fired and you're totally fine. Also, beneath
Yeah.
that is this story from
I know,
Buffalo Bill.
right? Perfect
My father
Valentine's
died in a
Day.
workplace accident in the mid-90s. He was instructed to go to a propane changeover alone, even though it was a two-man job. There was a leak in the line, and the propane in the air ignited and exploded.
Oh,
The boss
shit.
who told him to do the job, literally nothing happened to him professionally, legally, or personally. F you,
Bro.
Troy, you killed my dad. Beneath that, of course, there's a bunch of people saying F you, Troy, so yeah, F you, Troy. Our next reply is from Sacrilegious Q. An ex-girlfriend of mine, lovely person, was out at a restaurant/bar with a friend one night. They had a meal and played pool. When they left, for some reason, she drove his car. I don't know why, but I know that when she and I were together, she asked to drive my car just for the experience of driving a different car. Maybe that was it. And I imagine driving in someone else's car, you take a few extra seconds to adjust the seat and the mirrors and get your bearings. Unbeknownst to her, a teenager was driving a Mustang nearby. He was pissed because someone passed him a mile earlier and his ego was hurt. He decided to catch up to the guy and floored the Mustang, getting up to speeds in excess of 100 miles per hour. As my ex pulled out of the parking lot to cross the median, she had no way of seeing the Mustang barreling towards her over a hill.
Oh,
He crashed into
shit.
her, killing her and her passenger. 2 seconds earlier or later, and they wouldn't have made contact. I went to his trial. I remember her poor mother sitting there stone-faced while testimony was given. Several lives were ruined in that moment. My ex was only 26. She never got married, never had kids, never found her way in life. Predictably, someone asks, any word on the killer? Did he get convicted? OP replies, yeah, he did. I don't remember how much time he was sentenced to, but he did go to prison for it. Actually, I looked it up. He was 17 years old at the time. He was tried as an adult for killing both people, but he still only got 4 years in prison. Jeez, makes you feel like
Jeez.
if you ever want to murder someone and get away with it, just run them over with your car. Whoops, I didn't mean to. Our next reply is from Extreme Today. When I was a teenager, my dad and this other dude had beef with each other. My dad was dating this guy's ex-wife, and the other guy didn't like that. They bumped into each other at a bar and exchanged some words. My dad left the bar, and the dude was waiting for him outside. A car rolled up, and someone handed the dude a handgun. He pointed it at my dad's head from 2 feet away and pulled the trigger. Luckily for my father, the gun jammed. My pops wasn't taking any chances, so he took off running. The dude fixed the gun and emptied the clip, missing all but one shot that hit my dad in the back. My dad was already downtown, and the hospital was only a couple of blocks away. or so he thought. Unluckily for my padre, the hospital was under renovation and preparing for relocation. When he saw that it was under construction, he slumped over and called 911 for an ambulance. The surgeons removed his kidney because it was too damaged for repair, and he survived. The dude got an attempted murder charge and almost 15 years in prison. To my knowledge, they never found the accomplice who handed him the gun. This is kind of a weird thought to have, but it makes me wonder how much time or effort has to pass for it to be 2 counts of attempted murder, right? Because he tried to shoot, but the gun jammed. Then he had to stop the murder and fix the gun and then try again.
Yeah.
So I guess the courts consider that 1 count of murder. What if he had tried to fire the gun and then went home and got a different gun and then came back? Would that be 2 counts of murder?
Yeah.
Or are we still on the same murder? Our next reply is from Annual Internet.
That's a good question.
Friend. He was building a decent career, coaching a local youth sporting team, going to grad school, and just bought a house. Turns out he had CP. Lots of it that he got on the deep web. Custom photoshopped with faces of kids from his youth team. He accidentally uploaded it to Adobe Cloud, and they sent the feds after him. The trial is ongoing, but he's likely going away for a long time.
Good.
Interesting insight on this. I have Adobe YouTube videos, and Adobe has a setting where if you make pictures with like Photoshop or whatever, this box is automatically checked that allows Adobe to scan your images for training and AI purposes. So my guess is this dude probably had that box checked automatically, and the AI scanner was like, whoop, hold up, time to report this. Yo, the story beneath this from Fireduck. This is up there with a story of some folks with similar content because CP started playing on their Amazon Fire TV as a screensaver, and the dog sitter saw it. Sometimes I'm glad the technology is so weird these days. Our next reply is from Soulfiber. A kid I went to high school with wasn't going to graduate and decided to protest by speeding and doing wheelies on the road in front of the school. On his 3rd round, he passes a pickup truck, hooks his leg on the bumper, and is thrown from the bike right on his head, snapping his neck. The school posthumously graduated him. Then OP adds an edit. I noticed his intelligence has been questioned. Let me share an additional anecdote. His nickname was Bob. When asked what it was backwards, he replied without guile or irony that it was oob. Whether you agree with the school's action in graduating him or not, locally it was considered window dressing, as the whole town knew of what happened within hours of the incident. You know, this is going to sound like a joke. I'm really not trying to make a joke here, but I can't help but notice that in a way, he actually got what he wanted. Our next reply is from Ecstatic Horse.
He did.
The man that killed my grandfather never had so much as a speeding ticket. He was married with kids and fell behind on rent. My grandfather, who was in his 80s, worked for the company that rented this guy his home for extra money. Grandpa couldn't reach this guy about his rent, so he went and did a welfare check. The guy panicked and murdered my grandfather, destroyed more than one life in a matter of seconds. Beneath that, we have a similar story from Rolly effing Discapoli. I was just reading about a group of people who dined and dashed on their $100 bill and then ran over the server, who wasn't even trying to stop them, but was taking down their license plate. She died. Just like, who escalates like that?
Bro.
People couldn't come up with $100, so they killed a 22-year-old? Then another story from Vanilla Raincloud. I knew someone who owned a farmer's market, and there was a guy who would frequently steal from him. One day, the guy stole a grapefruit, and the owner chased him as he drove off. The thief ran him over and killed him over a grapefruit. I've always heard that retail stores like Walmart and Target have a policy where the employees aren't supposed to stop thieves who are stealing. They're just supposed to, observe and take down information. And this thread is starting to give me an idea of why they have that policy. Our next
Yeah, so that is actually a policy that they have. Like in Walmart, we were told that if you see someone stealing, don't do anything. Get a manager and get their information and let like a manager and security handle it. Because if you chase after that person, you don't know if that person has a gun. You don't know if they have a knife. They don't know if they would like, you don't know if they would try to kill you over whatever they are stealing. Like, your life is not worth whatever that person is stealing. Like, let security handle it. Like, that's what they are trained for. Like, that is literally one of our things that we are trained for. Yeah, exactly. Better safe than sorry. Like, so when people like he said that, like he's heard that, like that is true, because people are fucking crazy, especially in America. Like, they kill people over petty shit. Like, I'm sure you've heard about the one black kid who got murdered because he was walking down the street with like fucking Skittles, dude. Like, they kill people over like the dumbest shit. You know, they assume something, and so they just kill someone. And so, like, if someone's stealing something and they're being chased, all reason's out the fucking door, man. All they're thinking is that item that they want to get away with, and they don't care about what's going to happen afterwards. Like, if they kill you, they kill you. So, like, you don't try it, dude. Like, don't be that hero. It's not worth it to try to be a hero, especially over like grocery store items. Like, your life is worth more than whatever the hell that grocery store is selling, you know? Like, nah, man. Like, it ain't worth it, dude. It's not worth it. An armed society is a polite society. It is a fucking joke, dude. We are the most armed country in the world, and we have the most deaths because of it. So, you know, we have more like citizen on citizen violence than like any other country in the world, because everybody's fucking armed. It's really scary. I hate it. I hate it so much. Well, we wouldn't be safe if we don't have our guns. Actually, I think we'd be a lot fucking safer if everybody and their fucking mama didn't have a goddamn gun. You know? Like, y'all can have your guns for hunting and shit, but there ain't no reason everybody needs a gun to fucking kill someone with, dude. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I don't like it. Even like, as an American, I hate it. It scares me more than it gives me like safety, the idea of owning a gun. Exactly. Yeah. They okay. So our country actually currently is doing a gutting of like the Department of Education. They want to defund free food for school kids, and they want to make the kids work for their food, their school lunches, if their parents can't pay for it. And they want they've had this conversation for years now, but they want to arm teachers to try and help like curb school shootings. But I'm like, that that's not how it works. You know, and people are like, I tell people, I'm like, if they put a bigger, you know, if they made it harder to get guns, there'd be less guns. And there people are like, well, they'd get it anyways. They'd find a way to get it. And well, no fucking shit. They'd find a way to get it anyways. But the harder you make it for them to get it, the harder it is for them to fucking have it. Like, how does that not make sense? It's just like drugs. The harder you make it for drugs to get into a system, the harder it is for people to get it. And that's why people have like drug dealers and shit, because they have to find someone specific to be able to give them this stuff, because it's that hard to find. And if they don't have a drug dealer, then they can't get their drugs. You get rid of the drug dealers, then they have to try and find more drug dealers, and then they're not on drugs. It's just, you get rid of the problem and make it harder for them to get it, it's going to be harder for it to continue. And I don't understand why that's like such a hard concept for people. It's like, nobody's trying to take away your fucking guns. People just want kids to stop fucking dying. I just, I don't get it. I don't get it. I sorry to get political on Maine, but that shit pisses me off, dude. I hate the like ideology of America that we'd rather have our kids dying in school and our kids not be fed and for their education to take a cut than we would actually care about the kids. But you know what? We have to force women to keep making kids, but we won't help them take care of them. And we'll be okay if they die in school. I hate it here. I fucking hate it here. I hate it here so much, dude. I'm gonna get fucking sniped by the FBI for my for talking about this shit on stream. But you know what? I don't care. Somebody's gotta say it. Also, I'm a small enough streamer that honestly I don't think anybody's gonna fucking notice. You can always have more later. Exactly. Okay. Enough Juniper ranting time. Back to the video.
Replies from DSP. A guy I went to high school with was kicked out of his college ROTC and moved back home. After some time of living at home, his dad walked into his bedroom and went.
Okay, for context, ROTC really quick. I don't know if they have that in Germany, but it's basically like military light, but for school. It's like you do like military training type of shit essentially, but it's like grade level kind, and it just readies you to go into the military essentially, and it's like a high school thing. It's what does ROTC stand for? Hold on. Reserve Officers Training Corps. So yeah, it's literally preparing you to be in the fucking military as a teenager is what ROTC is. So that's quick context really there. Right there.
Off about him being lazy and needing to do something with his life. So he decided he was going to take his gun and rob a bank.
What the
Supposedly,
fuck?
The gun wasn't loaded. But he did successfully rob the bank and get away. Some time went by. He moved out of his parents' house and started living it up. He eventually told someone he trusted. That person turned him in. He was arrested and charged. He got a count for every person who was in the bank because he had a gun. You can decide if he ruined his life when he decided to rob the bank or when he decided to tell someone that he did it. Beneath that, we have a interesting comment from Ted Mosby is a jerk. What an effing...
Would there? Yeah, no. So in America, the whole military thing is so kind of like brainwashed into our mentality that like the military is like the only way you can get like a college education half the time. Like if you don't get a scholarship, if you're not rich, or you're not rich, you have to go to like the military for the military to pay for your college. So yeah, it's they make it to where like you kind of have to rely on being militant almost. Can y'all chill out? Stop it. Stop fighting. Yeah. I wish we were a little bit more demilitarized, honestly. Too much, in fact. Yeah, I imagine there's like a point where it could be a little detrimental to not be militarized enough. I wish we would never need militaries anywhere in the world and people could just fucking get along, but that's not how, like, you know, the human shit works.
Rat, seriously. I do feel bad for the people who went through the robbery, but if nobody was injured, it was basically a victimless crime. Yo, what about all the PTSD from thinking you're going to die? What about the bank who got robbed, or the people's savings who got robbed? Sympathy for armed bank robbers is kind of a weird take. Our next reply
Yeah,
is from Krusty. My father. He punched a window out of anger. He severed the artery and ligament in his bicep. He almost
bro.
bled out. He effectively removed his ability to work with his hands, which was the one thing he had going for him. He then became a moody piece of garbage alcoholic. Actually, he always was one, but way worse after this. He then beat the neighbor across the road with a pipe after they got drunk and got into an argument. He was
Jesus.
arrested and went to jail. My parents lost the family home. They ended up splitting. I went no contact with him. 2 years later, he lost his life. Our next reply is from Lil Titty Sprinkles. My former roommate. He had a great job, made
I'm sorry. We're listening to really like tense stories about like how people have had their lives ruined mostly by fucking death. And this person's called LOL Titty Sprinkles. I had to take a second. LOL Titty Sprinkles. That's fucking great, dude.
great money, had his own house in which I rented a room. The only problem was he was a serious alcoholic and a terrible person. He'd get up at 4:30 and go to work, get off at 2, and then hit the bar until 11. Every single night. Unless he had a girl coming over, then he'd come home at 10, do a quick cleanup of his filthy room, and have obnoxious and very inconsiderate loud intercourse. While drunk driving, he hit a guy who was riding his bike home one night. He fled the scene, came home, and went to the neighbor's house and said he hit a pole. The neighbor called the cops, and on the way to the house, they found the guy he hit with his front bumper next to the body. Gee, I wonder if the front bumper also had his license plate on it. He went to jail for vehicular homicide. He did 6 months. 6 months!
6
And got out.
months.
Now he lives with his parents, and he can't get a job because his story is a little infamous in our town. His sister took over his mortgage and lives in his house now. All he does all day is cry on Facebook about how life isn't fair and badmouth the guy he killed. Wow. My earlier
Bro.
comment turns out to be completely correct. If you want to murder someone, just run him over. Seems like the worst you'll get is a couple of years max. Maybe just 6 months like this douchebag. Apparently, getting
Jeez.
drunk and fleeing the scene also helps your case and makes the time shorter for some reason. Our next reply is from Egg Malone. This is a third-hand story from a former coworker. One of the other Marines at the base where he was stationed in the 90s stole plastic explosives from the test range and tried to sell them at a bar that was literally in line of sight from the base.
Bro.
The first person to show any interest was an NCIS officer. The guy might still be at Leavenworth. For those who don't know, Leavenworth is a prison. A federal prison, to be specific. But beneath that, Restless Meatball says, shortest NCIS episode ever. And Soft Match says, dun dun, scene opens. Marine walks into a bar. Hey, wanna buy these explosives? NCIS officer, you're under arrest. Dun dun dun. Next reply from Donnie. Lit a cigarette in an oil change pit when he was a teen. Flammable waste was illegally being stored down there, along with a lot of oil. RIP. When I guess I would have been 19 because my brother would have been 16, I was teaching him how to drive. And we took the car to a gas station, and I was teaching him how to pump gas into the car. And you know how the gas handles, you like catch it so it automatically dispenses the oil, hands off? Well, it stopped dispensing the gas automatically, and my brother thought he still had to do something to the handle, so he picked the handle up to inspect it, and in doing so, he sprayed me with gasoline standing like a foot away from him.
Oh no.
Smoking, which is a dumb thing to do while you're getting gas, by the way. I also don't smoke. I would have been burned alive. Luckily, that didn't
Bro.
happen, and I was in a rush to get home and take a shower before an odd cinder destroyed my life.
Yeah.
Flash from General XTL. At a security company, this guy was doing well at his job, got lots of promotions, on his way to lieutenant, but was too into his job, and he got a police scanner that he would listen to. One day, just as he was getting off work, a high-speed chase went by. He hopped in his personal vehicle with his firearm, got to the front of the chase,
Oh
locked the
no.
suspect in, and pulled his gun. Suddenly, the cops were much more interested in the crazy guy with the gun. He got hit with
Yeah.
several felony charges. That was
Jesus.
r/Reddit, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every.
Jesus, dude. Okay. Uh, I'm not gonna. I want to keep listening to Reddit stories. I like Reddit stories. They're so good to just kind of mindlessly like draw to, honestly.
Welcome to r/entitled parents, and in today's episode, an entitled mom tries to steal porn for her.
We're going back to the old days. Again, we're going back 5 years. Lobster. His tail's hanging off so perfectly. It's so funny. Because Asami's tail is always twitching, but he just kind of lets his tail just hang. He's so chill. Oh, now it's twitching. Lobster. You're getting the boy face. You're getting your chubby cheeks in. Yes, you are.
Her son. Entitled aunt and my mom used to get along good. Well, as good as two sisters usually get on. But when entitled aunt died, almost all contact was dropped between them, and she now only calls my mom to ask for a small loan.
Okay, never mind. I can't deal with this audio quality today.
Welcome.
Let's.
Welcome to r/Am I the Butthole, where a dude kidnaps OP's dog.
Okay. We're gonna go through some of these.
Welcome to r/Am I the Butthole, where
This one's from 3 weeks ago. I don't know if we've listened to it. Let me start on 20.
Welcome to r/Am I the Butthole, where OP might be dating a child molester.
There we go.
Am I the
2 months
butthole
ago.
for breaking off my engagement with my fiance because of his creepy comments towards my 14-year-old sister? I'm a 21-year-old woman, and I'm in a tough situation. I'm not sure if I'm overreacting, so I need some outside perspective. I've been with my fiance, Charles, who's 35. Yo, OP
Cool.
is 20 and he's 35. Okay. Yo, that's almost double her age. Wow. For about 2 years, and everything seemed fine until recently. A few weeks ago, my 14-year-old sister, Amy, came to stay with us for just a few days while our parents were out of town. During her stay, I started noticing some really unsettling things. At first, I thought that I was imagining it, but Charles started making comments that made me feel incredibly uncomfortable. He would call my sister so hot and would say things like, "You're gonna turn heads when you're older," and "You've got such a body on you already." The worst part was when he said, "I'd be jealous if I were your boyfriend. Every guy will be looking at you soon." I tried to ignore it at first, but it kept happening, and I began to feel sick to my stomach. Then, one evening, I overheard him telling a friend on the phone, "Amy's got that look now. It's like she's starting to bloom." It was honestly one of the creepiest things I've ever heard. I felt like I was losing my mind, and I just knew that I couldn't stay in that relationship anymore. I confronted him about his behavior.
We have listened to this one. I remember this. We did listen to this one. Okay. Back further.
Welcome to r/Am I the Butthole, where
Okay.
OP gets a toxic Karen fired. Am I the butthole for getting my coworker fired after she kept trying to prove that my service dog is fake? I have a medical alert service dog named Max who helps with a serious heart condition. He's literally saved my life multiple times by alerting before I pass out. I started a new office job 3 months ago, and everything was fine until Karen started her crusade against Max. It started small. She'd loudly announce, "Pets aren't allowed in the office," every time she saw us. I explained repeatedly that Max is a service dog, not a pet, and I showed her his documentation. She then started telling everyone that I was obviously faking because you're too young to be disabled. Things escalated fast. She would try to test Max by dropping food near him. She reported me to HR weekly. But the worst part? She started purposefully wearing strong perfume and spraying air freshener around my desk, which triggers my condition. Max alerted me 3 times in one day because of this. The final
Jesus.
straw, I found out that she was taking photos of me and Max and posting them in a Facebook group chat about fake service dogs, asking
Bro.
for ways to expose me. She included my full name and workplace. I took screenshots and went to HR. They fired her on the spot for harassment and creating a hostile work environment. Now, my inbox is flooded with messages from her friends and family saying I'm the butthole for getting a mother of 3 fired over a dog. And
I don't
should
know.
just work
Maybe.
from home if I'm so sick.
Bro,
Here's the
what?
thing. I actually feel horrible that she lost her job.
Nah, that's her
She's not at
fault.
fault here. But she literally put my life at risk with her perfume stunts. And doxing me online was scary. OP, you didn't get her fired.
She
Got
did.
herself fired by violating company policy.
Mm-hmm.
Also by maybe attempted murder by the sound of it. I don't really know what OP's medical condition is, but if she's intentionally provoking it, isn't that at minimum assault? Maybe attempted murder? I actually don't know here. Feels criminal. Like I feel like she could potentially be arrested for it at minimum.
Yeah.
So OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. I think I'll give her let's say 2.5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for refusing to give my inheritance to my mom after she disowned me for marrying my husband? I'm a 31-year-old man, and I have a rocky relationship with my mom, Kara. Growing up, she was very set in her beliefs about same-sex relationships and race. She would often say things like, "I don't hate anyone, but I wouldn't want my son living that way," and "I raised you better than this." 5 years ago, I came out as gay and introduced her to my then boyfriend, now husband, Marcus, who's 36, who's black. Oh my god.
Oh, man.
The fallout was exactly what you'd expect. She flipped out, told me I was throwing my life away, and cut me off entirely. When Marcus and I got married 3 years ago, she refused to come to the wedding, saying she couldn't support my choices. We haven't spoken in 5 years. The only family member who really supported me through everything was my grandpa, Jack. He was the one person who accepted me and my relationship with Marcus. After he passed away 2 years ago, he left me an inheritance, which allowed Marcus and me to buy our first home together. It was bittersweet because I knew my grandpa would have been proud, but at least he's always been in my corner. A couple of months ago, my mom reached out, completely out of the blue. After 5 years of silence, she said she wanted to put the past behind us and claimed she forgave me for my lifestyle. I was skeptical.
What?
She told me the reason she was reaching out. She's been struggling with some health issues, chronic back pain that's made it hard for her to work, and she's fallen behind on her mortgage and bills. She asked if I could help her out financially using
Nah.
part of the inheritance from my grandpa. I felt torn. On the one hand, she's my mom, and she's genuinely struggling, even if the health issue isn't life-threatening. But on the other hand, she cut me out of her life the moment that I didn't fit her narrow idea of what a good son should be. And she never once tried to apologize or make things right with me or Marcus. I told her no. I've spent years building a life with Marcus, and it didn't feel fair for her to come back into my life now only because she needs something. Since then, she's been telling our family that I'm heartless and letting her suffer over a grudge. Now I've got cousins and family friends messaging me saying I should help her because family comes first.
Nah.
I'm being petty by holding on to the past. But to me, family doesn't disown you for who you love and then come back when it's convenient. Marcus supports my decision, but I still feel guilty. I know my grandpa cared deeply about family, and I don't want my mom to lose her home. But it's hard to believe that she's reaching out now because she actually regrets how she treated me and my husband, and not just because she's in a financial bind. Am I the butthole for refusing to give her any of my inheritance?
Nah.
Sophie, one thing to consider here, which might make this easier, is what your grandpa wants. I'm assuming that this isn't your maternal grandfather because if it was, he probably would have left her some money. So I'm guessing this is your dad's dad. And in that case, if your dad's dad really wanted to give your mom money, he could have in his will. But no, he specifically gave that money to you. But actually, if that is your maternal grandparent and he intentionally didn't give money to his own daughter, then that makes it so easy, OP. So I wouldn't feel guilty.
Yeah.
And next time your cousins or whoever calls you about how you should put...
Hell yeah! What kind of cake did you get? She get you a little Valentine's cake. Good question. You didn't even look at the type of cake she got you?
family first, say, okay, then why don't
You do it.
Why don't you give her money? And then just hang up. OP,
Apple and cranberry? Those sound great. Apple cake sounds so good right now, dude. What the fuck? But hell yeah, dude.
I'm giving your mom 2.5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for being disgusted and just saying, okay, when my fiance broke up with me? I'm a 28-year-old woman, and I've been with my fiance, Alex, who's 34, since 2020. We met at a friend's party, hit it off, and we've been together ever since. He finished his doctorate in economics just last year. Since then, he's been working at university. I have my master's in media sciences, and I decided to start working instead of going for a PhD. Okay, so the problem is that Alex broke up with me last Monday, but it was literally so surreal and honestly just weird. For the past few months, he's been acting strange. He'd make demands and then drop them immediately. For example, he told me we were going to paint our walls back from dark green to white. When I asked why, he just said, "For F's sake, forget it," and never brought it up again, even when I asked. Another time, he came home and got mad because I was sitting on the couch with my head covered in a blanket. I had cramps. He was upset because I was just sitting there watching Netflix. Mind you, the house was spotless. When I tried to talk about it, he said, "Forget it, it's not a big deal." This kind of thing
What the
became
fuck?
common. Every time I tried to communicate, tried to figure out what was going on, whether it was something I did or maybe he was just stressed at work, he would just say everything was fine. But he was clearly seething with rage. I didn't even have to do anything. He would find something to complain about: the apartment, clothes, me, work, etc. So I gave him space, which apparently was also wrong. I told him I was going to help my parents with repairs for a few days, and somehow that was also wrong because he wanted to renovate the apartment too. Then, on Monday, I got a text saying that we needed to talk. I knew what was coming, and after the last few months, I'd made peace with it. When I came home, he was sitting on the couch. He didn't even wait for me to take off my jacket before saying, "I want to break up." Then the verbal diarrhea started. He told me he resented me. First, because I didn't pursue my academic career further, even though I was capable, and he didn't want to upset me at the time. Then, when I started making more money, since he didn't make much as a PhD student, he felt like I should have the last word financially, which he hated. Mind you, I never said anything like, "It's my money, so I have the final say." That's a rule that he imposed on himself, and he hated it. He said that he hates our
Uh,
paint scheme, the couch, and even our effing crock pot. Then he told me that he had
we're too sick for more birthday cake. So here you go, kind of cake. Oh, is it your birthday? Is your birthday around? Happy birthday! Whenever it is. Is it this month? Not yours? Is it her birthday? Whose birthday is it? Tell them the silly little manta ray VTuber tells them happy birthday. Her middle one's birthday. Aw, her kid's birthday. Tell them the funny anime girl on the screen says happy birthday. The cats are fighting on the cat tree.
rejected a better PhD program to stay here because I'd already started my job by the time that he got acceptance letters. Only he never told me that he had even applied overseas. He said a few months ago
Yeah.
that he checked in with a friend who's in that program, saw how they're thriving, and decided that I ruined his life. He said I had too much control over his life
What the
and that he
fuck?
hated the idea that I could just decide not to pay for things and screw him over. He also said that
What?
he hated that all of his friends loved me and they didn't let him vent about me. Then he said, "I'm done." I was floored. I had already made peace with the idea that we were ending, and it hurt, but after that rant, I was just disgusted. I looked at him, probably with a disgusted expression, and said, "Okay." He lost it. He said this is exactly what he meant, that it was horrible, that we'd been together for 4 years and all I had to say was okay to our breakup. I just asked if he wanted to stay here while he figured out where to go. He said, "Typical. Of course you're holding the apartment over."
My uber lesbian friend from America says happy birthday. Yeah. Hell yeah. How do you say happy birthday in German? Okay, okay. Oh man. Okay. Let me have Google Translate tell me how to say it really quick so I don't butcher it.
Alles Gute zum Geburtstag.
Poor K. A little slower.
Alles Gute zum Geburtstag.
um um uh, uh uh
Alles Gute zum Geburtstag.
Alles Gute zum Geburtstag? I think I said it. I think I got it.
Alles Gute zum Geburtstag.
Alles Gute zum Geburtstag. Okay, I think I got it. How'd I do? How'd I say it? Alles Gute zum Geburtstag. Got it. You got it. And yay! Yippee! Ta-da! Now you can clip that and send that to them. I can even like edit the clip to where like you don't see the booba in the corner. So it's only me saying it. They saw me. The bed's all folded up. You just gonna lay on top of it like that? She says yes.
For me and started ranting again, so I just left. I told my parents, and they're also confused. My dad suggested that I reach out to my landlord and explain the situation to see what options I have. I can keep paying the rent no problem by myself. My boyfriend covered the utilities and some subscriptions. Alex is still mad. He's going between texting me like a robot about the logistics of the split to being a seething butthole complaining about everything. I'm not even hurt anymore. I just feel nauseated by him at this point. I don't know. Should
The
I have
booba makes
reacted
it better.
differently? Huh? It sounds like he just hates all of his life choices and he wants to blame you for his bad decisions. And what does he want you to do? Beg and fight for a relationship that's doomed to fail? Yo, this guy's toxic. OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving him 2 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for explaining what a gift is to my wife? Last year for my birthday, my wife gave me a present. I opened it up, and it was a puzzle. I was told to put it together, which I did, and it had a vague London scene on it. Then I was told to flip the entire puzzle over, and the back of the
Shit.
puzzle had the word surprise written on it. I didn't really understand where this was going, but my wife then told me that she was taking me to see my favorite football team play in London. I was pretty blown away all this, so I asked when we were going. She told me she didn't know my schedule, so she hadn't booked anything. I asked her if she had talked to a travel agent or if she had saved any money to do this. To be clear, I'm the only one who works in our house. No, she said, I just figured you would book it. Here we are, half a year later, and I've been unable to take time off. And I've also been unable to come up with expendable income to buy tickets for both of us to travel to England to attend a match from America and provide childcare for our 5 kids while we watch a game.
5 kids.
And every once in a while, she brings up the fact about how disappointed she is that I haven't appreciated her gift. I finally turned to her and explained to her what a gift was and how her giving me permission to do something that I want to do but can't afford to do with the stipulation that I arrange all the travel and expenses was not an actual gift.
Yeah.
Now she's offended and hurt that I don't appreciate the gift that she's given to me. Am I the butthole? Hey guys, I'd like to give you a gift.
What did you guys knock over? Chill out. Y'all want to wrestle, don't do it on the damn cat tree. Sorry. I just yelled really loudly.
I give you permission to go visit the moon. That's my gift to you. You guys have to call up NASA or SpaceX or whoever and kind of like work out the details and pay for it all yourself. But it's my idea, right? I'm the one who came up with the idea to give you this gift to go to the moon. So aren't I just so awesome? OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I don't know if your wife exactly deserves a butthole score, but she's very dumb. So I think I'll give her like 2 out of 5 on the stupidity scale.
Yeah.
Butthole for refusing to give my brother a character letter to help his court trial after what he did to a friend's daughter. So I'm a 28-year-old woman, and I have a 31-year-old brother who's possibly serving time in prison for intimate relations with a 14-year-old girl. who's one of my friend's daughters. This has been going on for months, as the evidence states, and we only found out about it a few weeks ago. When I found out about this, I had a discussion with my friend and apologized for what happened, but understandably, she wants space. I also cut off my brother, as this whole situation is just disgusting to me. My parents, however, have stayed by my brother's side and are trying to say the only reason he did what he did is because he has autism. And
What?
he didn't know that what he was doing was wrong.
That's not an
being shown text
excuse.
messages where he states himself that what he was doing was bad and he could be sent to prison for it. However, after they spoke to my brother's lawyer, he stated that we could each write up a character letter to be presented for him in court so the judge can have better understanding of who he is.
Hell no.
Incident. But I refused because I don't think he deserves it. I'm
Mm-mm.
currently 6 months pregnant, and I don't want my daughter to be around or grow up with a man like my brother. I've spoken to my husband about this for another opinion, and he agrees with me not submitting a character letter. But we're thinking of talking to the children that my brother was around in the family just to make sure that he hasn't done anything to them, too. My mother is dying, and she says that she doesn't want to pass away while her son is serving time in prison, and something that, in her words, wasn't that bad. Both her and
Wasn't
my
that
father are pressuring me to
bad?
do this, and seeing them so upset is hard for me. But whenever I even think about
Discord kitten, excuse me. No. No. I'm not a Discord kitten. No, no, no. I pumped the brakes on the video because I just realized what you said. Also, I just realized that the chat's not working again. Or actually, I don't. Okay, I do have chat new here. I don't know why, but every time I use or I start this up, I have to change the port number for the chat, and I need to look into it. I don't know why it does that. But every time I try to have it on here, it doesn't work. So I've got to like, oh no. The little thingies up top aren't going either. There's so much shit I'm gonna have to fix when I do my rebrand. There's so much shit. There we go. Now the little chat thing's there. It's okay. The whole purpose of like the rebrand is, you know, to rebrand, but also so that I can actually like sit down and I'm gonna take like the proper time to go through and set up stuff and fix up everything. So like we have like a proper like the stream setup. Like I'm gonna do it right this time instead of just like guessing like I have been.
doing it, it makes me sick. Me and my brother were extremely close up until this point, which I think is making things harder for me. OP, think about it this way. Once your child is old enough to understand the context of this situation, Do you think they'd be proud of you to learn that you were defending a P word? Or do you think they'd be proud of you for taking the side of a 14-year-old victim? OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. Please stick to your guns. I'm giving your brother the rare 5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for kicking out my dad after he said he couldn't afford to feed me anymore? I'm a 28-year-old guy, and I've got my own house. I moved out of my home at the age of 18. Not really by choice. My dad basically pushed me out. Our relationship has been rocky since then. He's always been a huge drinker and smoker, which caused plenty of issues back then. Fast forward to now.
Yes, you get it.
He lost his house a couple of months ago. He didn't keep up with the loan payments. So he calls me up and says that he needs a place to stay while he gets back on his feet. I laid out a few ground rules. Either pay rent, $400, or cover groceries, about $250 to $300. And absolutely no smoking in the house. He laughs and says, "I'm your father. I shouldn't have to pay." But I don't budge, so he reluctantly agrees to buy groceries. From the moment he moves in, it's just one problem after another. He leaves messes everywhere, doesn't clean up, smokes inside even though I made it clear that's a no-go, and drinks like there's no tomorrow. Then, one day, I have a girl over and he just has this meltdown over it. So I tell him, "Listen, if you can't respect my space, you'll have to find somewhere else to stay." Things settle down for a bit, but last week he hits me with, "I don't have the money to buy groceries this month." I'm like, "Why?" He says, "Well, you eat a lot." And he admits that he spent all of his cash on smokes and drinks. That was it for me. I was done with him acting like he owned the place, done with the flashbacks of dealing with him as a teen. I told him to pack up and leave. So, am I the butthole?
Nah.
Nope. Sounds to me like poetic justice.
Yo.
Obi, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. Your dad gets 2 out of 5 buttholes. That was r/Am I the Butthole. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button.
Oh, wait.
Welcome to r/Am I the Butthole, where OP gets a toxic Karen.
I forgot that it's on a playlist, so I don't have to actually touch
His
it.
brother wants him to hand over $30,000.
Jesus.
Am I the butthole for refusing to give my brother $50,000 that our grandfather left me in his will? I'm a 32-year-old man, and I recently received $50K from my grandfather's estate. I was incredibly close to my grandfather. I visited him every week, especially as he got older and his health deteriorated. I was there through it all, taking him to doctor's appointments, helping around the house, and sometimes just sitting with him while he watched his favorite shows. He was like a second father to me, and when he passed, it hit me hard. My younger brother, Matt, who's 27, had a different relationship with Grandpa. It wasn't that he didn't love him. He did, but he was just always busy. Matt lives a few hours away, has a demanding job, and is starting a family with his wife, who's currently pregnant. He visited on holidays and special occasions, but that's about it. I always figured that was just how Matt was. When the will was read, my grandfather left Matt some sentimental things, an old watch and a few other items. But the $50,000 came to me. I didn't expect it, but I think Grandpa knew how much I'd sacrificed to be there for him in those last years. I loved him and never did any of it for the money. But when I got it, I felt like it was his way of saying thank you. A couple of weeks after the funeral, Matt called me saying he needed to talk. He came over, and after some small talk, he asked me for my money. $30,000 of the inheritance. He explained that he was drowning in debt. His wife's pregnancy had brought extra expenses, and he just needed some help to get back on track. He said that he wouldn't ask if you weren't desperate. I felt bad for him. I really did. But I also felt conflicted. I've been wanting to open a small woodworking business, something I'm passionate about and I've been saving for over the years. This inheritance was the missing piece to make that dream happen, and I feel like my grandfather knew that when he left it to me. I told Matt that I couldn't give him the $30,000. I said that I'd be happy to help him out in smaller ways, like offering some of the things that I've been saving myself, but I wanted to keep the majority of the money for the business that I'd been dreaming of for years. I even offered to help him look for financial assistance or budgeting tips. Now that I think of it, that was kinda petty, but I honestly didn't mean it that way. He did not take it well. Matt accused me of being selfish, of valuing my non-existent hobby over helping my own brother and future niece or nephew. He said I didn't understand the stress that he was under. And to make matters worse, our parents have sided with him. Mom says that family should come
Bro.
first and that Grandpa would have wanted me to help out. Now I feel like the bad guy. I didn't ask for this money, and I didn't want to destroy my relationship with my brother. But this is the first time in my life that I feel like I could actually follow a dream of mine, and I don't want to give that up. OP, maybe the reason why your grandpa didn't leave the money to your brother or your parents has nothing to do with the fact that you spent more time with him and has everything to do with the fact that your family is entitled. It's your money. Simple, easy, obvious. End of discussion. It's your money. OP, I'm
Yep.
giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. It's your money. Spend it the way you want to spend it. And if your mom and dad are so worried about your little brother, then they can loan him the $30K. Also, isn't it interesting, awfully coincidental, you might say, that your brother never asked for assistance before, he never mentioned the debt or the pressure or the struggles that he's been dealing with until after he finds out that you made $50K. Then all of a sudden, woe is me. Oh,
Yep.
if only I had $30,000, my life would be instantly fixed. What a coincidence. Am I the butthole for telling my wife that I'm done with her emergency calls and leaving her stranded? I'm a 32-year-old man, and I've been married to my wife, who's 29 for 4 years. We have a 3-year-old son. She's not a bad person, but she's constantly in a state of chaos, and every little thing becomes my problem. No exaggeration, I get these emergency calls multiple times a week. Flat tire? Call me at work. Forgot her wallet? Call me. Grocery store out of her favorite oat milk? Blow up my phone like the world's ending. It's relentless. I work full-time and do my fair share at home with our son. Diaper duty, bedtime stories, cooking, cleaning, you name it. But these crises are killing me. I've told her before that unless it's a real emergency, like someone bleeding or stuck on a highway at night, she needs to figure it out. I don't have the bandwidth to drop everything constantly. The last straw came 2 days ago. I had to take my son to the doctor because he had an ear infection, and I was already running on fumes. While I'm in the waiting room with a fussy toddler, she calls me in a panic because she locked herself out of her car in front of the Target 5 minutes from home. I told her I can't leave. You'll have to call someone to pop the window. She freaked out, saying that would cost too much, she didn't bring enough cash, and I was being unreasonable. I stayed firm, said she needed to figure it out, and hung up. When I got home later, she was furious. She said the guy charged her $150 and I should have come home to help because she didn't think to grab her wallet. I told her point blank, I'm done rescuing you from things that you can easily handle. You need to stop acting like everything's a disaster. Now she's barely speaking to me, acting like I'm the villain for not dropping everything for her again. My brother thinks that I was harsh, but my mom said that I was right to set boundaries. Am I the butthole for leaving her stranded? OP, sounds like you're taking care of 2 toddlers. I'm giving you 0 out of 5 butthole. I'm giving your older toddler 2
Stinky.
out of 5 buttholes.
Excuse me, I am not stinky. Hello, Demon King Raiju. You're the stinky one here. How dare you? But welcome in. You're currently making a little Valentine's piece of Juniper. Hello.
Am I the butthole for threatening to sue both the school and the family of my daughter's bully? I'm a 30-year-old man and my husband is 33. We have an 11-year-old daughter who's been going through severe bullying at school. It just keeps getting worse. It started off with just name-calling, but it's gotten worse over the past few weeks. For context, she's adopted, which is something we've always been open about and celebrated as part of her story. Recently, some kids found out about her adoption and started saying horrible things, telling her stuff like her birth mother didn't want her. They tell her that she's unwanted, and they tell her she's a reject, which is not the case. Her mother loved her very much, to the point that she literally gave her life for her so she could be here. A few days ago, my daughter came home in tears with her hair butchered. Her bullies had cut off 2 inches of her ponytail while in class, all while taunting her, calling her names, and laughing at her reaction. They'll follow her through the halls to make fun of her on a regular basis now. Both my
Oh,
husband and I
fuck.
have been in touch with the school about the bullying more times than I can count. I emailed, called, even showed up in person to speak with the teachers and the principal. But all I got were empty promises that they'd look into it. Nothing's changed, and my daughter's mental health has taken a hit. She's anxious, struggling to sleep, and now begs us not to send her to school. Finally, out of frustration
Baby.
and feeling like no one was taking this seriously, we reached out to a lawyer to explore
Good.
legal action against both the school and the bully's family.
Hell
Only when the
yeah.
school and the parents learned that we were considering legal action did they start to act. Suddenly, the school calls me to say that they're moving the bully out of my daughter's class and claim they had a talk with her. The girl's parents reached out too, saying they'd talked to their daughter and promised it would stop. But honestly, I don't believe them. It feels like they're all saying this just to get me to back off and avoid the legal consequences.
Yep.
I worry that once the dust settles, things will go right back to how they were, and my daughter will still be dealing with this. My family thinks that I should give the school and parents a chance now that they've finally taken action.
No.
But I feel like it's all for show.
It is for show.
Am I the butthole for moving forward with legal action, even though the school and the bully's parents now claim they're handling it?
Nope.
Too little,
Too late.
OP, 0 out of 5 buttholes. I hope you nail their testicles to the wall.
Mm-hmm.
I'm giving the bullies and everyone protecting the bullies 4 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for letting my kids loot my brother's house to prove my point? My brother and his family came for a visit last month. My kids and I play with Lego, and we have fun leaving little dioramas around my house. Just silly stuff, like a fight between Iron Man and Darth Vader on the Loot Llama. It's just our way of leaving Easter eggs around the house. My nephew really liked them and decided to take a few home. When we noticed they were missing, I asked my brother to bring them back. He said that it was just kids being kids and that he would take them back the next time we saw each other. I saw him for coffee and I reminded him beforehand that I wanted all our stuff back. He forgot to bring the toys. Okay, game on. We went over to his place for a barbecue. I told my kids that unless all our stuff was returned to us when we
Thank
got
you for the
there,
head pat.
literally anything in his house was fair game. And like the godless barbarians that my kids are, they went to town. When we left, I don't think there were any remotes, small electronics, or beer mugs left at his house. I actually had to sneak his dog back into the house before we left. I started getting calls on our way home. I ignored them. When I got home, I returned his calls. He said that a bunch of stuff was missing from his house. I said that I would check with the kids. He said that I effing well knew what happened and that he wanted all of his stuff back. I said that I would box it up and return it the next time that we saw each other, as long as we got our Legos back. He was at my house with the Lego later that evening. He had even accidentally included stuff that wasn't ours. I returned all the stolen stuff to him. I told him that this is how we'd be dealing with his kids in the future. He's pissed off that he had to make a special trip to return my stuff. My parents think that there's a huge difference between an 8-year-old taking Lego minifigures and a couple of teenagers pillaging their uncle's house. Yeah, there is a difference. The first is theft, and the second is justice. OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your brother 1 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for telling my sister that I hope her husband cheats on her after she ruined my wedding dress? I'm a 21-year-old woman, and I've been engaged for about a year. I'm getting married in 3 months. Like many brides, my wedding dress is a big deal to me. I spent months picking it out, and it cost more than I care to admit. It's a gorgeous custom-made gown that I was keeping at my mom's house because I wanted to avoid any accidents at home. I have a dog who sheds like crazy. My sister, who's 34, recently had some sort of life-changing epiphany and decided that she's done with fast fashion and wants to live a more eco-conscious lifestyle. Cool, right? Except she's taken it to a weird level, constantly shaming me and others about our choices, like buying new clothes instead of thrifted. She's also become super into DIY projects, most of which end up looking like a Pinterest fail, but whatever, I wasn't going to say anything. Fast forward to last weekend. I stopped by my mom's house to check on the dress and made sure that everything was fine. When I opened the garment bag, my heart legit stopped. My sister, in all her do-it-yourself glory, had dyed my wedding dress. Apparently, she thought the white
Bro.
was too traditional and boring and decided to upcycle it by dip dyeing the bottom half in this hideous tie-dye rainbow pattern. Her words, I made it more fun and unique. You'll stand out. I
Bro.
lost it. I screamed at her, and she just stood there acting like I was being overdramatic. She kept saying that she was just trying to help and that it's just a dress. I told her she's a selfish psycho and to never speak to
Dude.
me again. Then, and this is where
Wedding dresses cost like upwards of $1,000,
Gets
dude.
so sick of your controlling, self-righteous BS that he cheats on you. She started crying and called me a bunch of names, saying that I crossed the line. Now my mom is mad at me, saying my sister was only trying to do something nice, and that I didn't need to take it that far. She's insisting I apologize for the cheating comments, but I feel like I was justified in saying it. My fiance thinks my sister is nuts, but even he raised an eyebrow at that last comment and said that I might have gone too far. Am I the butthole for saying what I said, or is my sister just the worst? Alright, I might get flack from this in the comments, but honestly, this does kind of feel like an everyone sucks here situation. Because, yeah, the sister does deserve some kind of punishment, but the appropriate response here is to sue her for the dress and to not invite her to the wedding. Or if she gets married, to, ruin her wedding dress, because that would be fitting justice. But, wishing that on someone to ruin their marriage, it's, kind of stooping pretty low there. I'm not really sure if I could justify that, OP. So I'm giving your sister 2 out of 5 buttholes. What she did was just bonkers. This genuinely feels like sabotage to me. Like she genuinely did it to ruin your wedding and to ruin your day. But I think I'll give you 1 out of 5 buttholes for kind of taking it to a really nasty place. But, you guys might disagree with me. If you think OP's in the clear, I wouldn't really argue with you on that one. Am I the butthole for calling the police on my brother after he hit his girlfriend at a family dinner? I was having a family dinner at my house last weekend. My brother brought his girlfriend, who's been with him for about a year. We've never been super close, but I always try to include him in family events. During dinner, they started arguing over something small. What show to watch later, I think. It quickly escalated, and my brother snapped. He stood up, yelled at her, and then slapped her across the face. Everyone was shocked, but no one did anything. His girlfriend was clearly terrified, and my parents tried to downplay it, saying my brother was just stressed and didn't mean it.
Just stress? The fuck?
I immediately took his girlfriend into another room, locked the door, and called the cops. My brother was arrested, and now my entire family is furious with me. They're saying I ruined his life, that it was a private matter, and that I should have stayed out of it.
Hell no.
I would love to see your parents' reaction if you use that same logic on them. Like, you slap your mom across the face, and what are they supposed to do? Call the cops? Well, that would just be completely unnecessary because it's a private matter and the cops should stay out of it. Yeah, right, man. This is a literal crime, and if your brother hadn't committed a crime, then the cops wouldn't have arrested him. Simple as that. OP, you get 2 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your brother 4 out of 5 buttholes. That was r/Am I the Butthole, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/Butthole, where OP discovers that his 5-year-old son isn't his. Am I the butthole for telling my mom that it's time to lawyer up? My mom moved in with me after she sold her home to avoid medical bankruptcy. Things have been rocky because my mom was always the my house, my rules type of person. I have an older brother, Scott, who helped my mom with home repairs, but Scott and my wife do not get along, so he doesn't come over much. Me and my wife went away for a weekend getaway, and Scott and my mom repainted our living room white. It was navy with built-in bookcases and pantry. The job was done so badly, and the original paint job with the bookcases cost us thousands to remodel. My wife started crying, and my mom and brother said they wanted to brighten the place up for my mom. I didn't know this at the time, but my wife called my sister-in-law. as in her brother's wife, who's a lawyer, and the contractor who originally did the work on our living room remodel. My wife is getting ready to file a lawsuit against my mother and Scott, and has already handed my mom a legal eviction notice.
Good.
That's deserved, and I back it 100% because this paint job was so terrible and without the homeowner's permission. My mom is saying that with an eviction for property damage, she won't be able to find a place, and my wife needs to stop. My wife has installed cameras in the home and is getting the court orders in place for my mom and brother. My wife's family is paying for this, and at this point, I'm afraid to say anything because I feel like if I protest too much, the big divorce will come. And considering my wife has a lawyer in the family, I don't want to mess with that situation because it's a shit show. My brother told me that my mom has rights, and I said, I guess it's time for my mom to lawyer up on her dime because I am not touching this. And it's my wife's lawyers who are pushing this through. However, I did sign off on the lawsuit. My mom said that she would contest the eviction, and I need to man up and make my wife do the right thing and drop the eviction and the lawsuit. All right, I totally agree with the top post here from External Signal. You're not the butthole for telling your mom to lawyer up, but you are the butthole for not immediately demanding that your mom and brother fix the problem, and politely asking your mom to move out, and otherwise defending your wife against your terrible family. Right? Grow a spine, OP. And besides, if your mom is so desperate for a place to live, then she can go live with Scott.
Yep.
Then they can paint their house terrible colors all they want to. OP, I'm giving you 1 out of 5 buttons for being kind of a pussy, but hey, at least you're for the most part supporting your wife. Your wife gets 0 out of 5 buttholes.
Kind of a pussy.
And I'm giving your mom and your brother 2 out of 5 buttholes. Honestly, how is this the second story in the past month that I've read where someone else comes into the homeowner's home and paints a room without the homeowner's permission? Where do people get these ideas? Am I the butthole for refusing to pay for my niece's wedding after promising to cover it? So, I'm a 35-year-old guy, and I've always been close with my older sister, Emily, who's 38, and her daughter, Lily, who's 22. Emily had Lily when she was young, 16, and since she was a single mom for most of it, I've always tried to help out where I...
Which face should I do? Should I go with this little, like, holding a heart in the mouth, or keep it with this? I don't know. I'm kind of vibing with this. Excuse me. I think I'll keep it with this.
I could. Over the years, I paid for Lily's summer camps, her college applications, and even her first car. I did this because I love them both and always wanted to support them. A year ago, Lily got engaged to her long-term boyfriend. When they announced the engagement at a family dinner, I said that I'd be happy to help with wedding expenses. I
Yeah.
never said I'd pay for everything, but apparently my offer was interpreted as me
I think that would be a
footing the
little
bill
too many
for the
hearts
whole
around the
wedding.
top.
It became clear when Lily and Emily started planning a big, extravagant affair. Destination wedding, 200 plus guests, you name it. I sat them down and said that I would contribute $15K, which I thought was a pretty generous amount. But they both seemed really upset. Lily said that I promised to pay for the wedding, and Emily backed her up, saying that I always supported them and this was the least I could do. Apparently, they were expecting I would cover a $50,000 wedding. I told them that was not happening. $15K was all I could give. Now, here's where things get worse. Lily and Emily stopped including me in the wedding planning entirely. I didn't hear much from them for a while, and it turns out they booked everything for the wedding thinking I'd eventually cave and cover it. Now they're in over their heads, and the wedding is just 3 months away. Emily called me, crying, saying they were going to lose deposits and that I ruined the wedding by not coming through. Lily isn't speaking to me. Here's the kicker. Emily and Lily are now saying that I'm being manipulative, offering to help them and then taking it away at the last second, making them look bad in front of their groom's family. They
Bro.
claimed that they never would have planned something so extravagant if I hadn't promised to cover it all. But I never said that. I said I'd help. I feel like I've done more than enough over the years, but now I'm being treated like the villain for not paying for this giant wedding. Am I the butthole?
Nope.
Yo, OP, I wish I had an uncle that gave me $15K. My uncle, I mean, he's a nice guy and all, but he sends me a happy birthday card once a year, usually with no money in it. Again, not to begrudge him. I'm not saying he needs to. I'm a grown man here. I'm just saying. I'm just pointing out, OP, you're extremely generous.
Yeah.
$15K goes above and beyond, so you are in the clear. Unfortunately, it sounds like all your generosity has made your sister and your niece a bit spoiled, which isn't your fault necessarily, but it is kind of a cause and effect. OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your sister and niece 2 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for telling my parents that I didn't have a kid, they did, and they need to take care of her, not me? I'm a 15-year-old girl. My parents had me when they were 18 and 19. They always made it so obvious they resented being parents so young, and added to that they never tried to be good parents. I typically spend most of my time at my friends' houses. I don't have extended family to rely on. My other family members disown my parents for having me so young. So my friends' houses were a positive in my life that made me feel more comfortable than being at home with my parents. My parents never did the typical parent stuff like helping with homework or showing up to support me at school. I don't think they ever attended a parents' conference for me. They ignored a lot of stuff that I needed to get signed, and I would have to get right in their face on the last day to get signatures. My birthday and Christmas have never been a big deal or a celebration. They do celebrate their wedding anniversary, but that's a them thing. When they told me 2 years ago that they were expecting a baby, it really surprised me, but then it hurt me because sometimes they said stuff that made me feel like I didn't exist. Like how they were so excited to have a baby and how they couldn't wait to be parents. A friend of my mom's did remind her of me, but then she and dad said that I was basically the too early practice run and this was the real deal. When my sister was born, they were so attentive to her that I ceased to exist completely. I got sick at school, and my school was trying to call someone to pick me up early, but they ignored the calls, and when I got home, they had taken the baby out for a family day. When they got home, they hadn't even realized the school called because they turned off their phones to enjoy family time. My mom quit her job a month after my sister was born. She wants to be a stay-at-home mom, and she and dad want at least one more kid. My dad leaves work early on Fridays so he can spend more time with the family, as in my mom and sister. My parents tried to have another kid for over a year, and mom isn't pregnant yet, so they're jumping to fertility treatments. They told me I need to watch my sister for a few hours every week while they're attending those appointments, and they gave me this detailed list of stuff she needs, and what I'm going to do with her. I told them I won't do that, and that they had her, so they need to take care of her because she's not my kid. My parents told me it's a few hours a week, and it's not a huge deal. Dad told me that I need to look at it as paying back for all they did for me. I said no and told them they don't care about me, so why would I want to help them? Oh man, this was painful to read. OP, at 15, you're at that age when you can start preparing for your future. You need your own bank account, if you can pull that off, a job, and ideally to start preparing for your exit at the age of 18, when your parents will most likely kick you out entirely. You get 0 out of 5 buttholes. You're completely justified.
Yeah.
I'm giving your parents 4 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for canceling all of our streaming services to hire a housekeeper without asking my husband first? I'm a 28-year-old woman, and my 30-year-old husband and I just welcomed our first baby almost 3 months ago. Understandably, it's been a huge adjustment for both of us. The baby still isn't sleeping through the night, and we're both back to work full-time. We've always split the household responsibility.
Okay. Should I have the balloon be like this? Or... yeah, some people should not be allowed. Do you work today? Ah, yeah. Yeah, I think I like this better, actually. Because then it makes it look like she's actually, like, sitting on it. This looks like she's just kind of floating. Okay, yeah. We're gonna go with this one.
Responsibilities 50-50. We just help where it's needed, and it's always worked out well. Lately, my husband has been doing the chores terribly, and I've had to come behind him to fix things or clean them again. For example, he cleaned the baby bottles the other night, and they were cleaned so poorly that I had to do them again. He dropped pump parts down the disposal and then ran it, ruining them. There have been several clothes that he didn't clean after a blowout that are now ruined. There are many more instances like this. I've confronted him a few times, letting him know that we all make mistakes, and I know we're both tired, but it feels like he's not even trying to do things well. He just keeps saying he's so tired and is having a hard time working and taking care of the house and baby. I do sympathize with this, as I'm also working, pumping, recovering, and taking care of the house and baby. The final straw for me was when he told me to go to sleep, and he would put up the milk that I had just pumped and finish the dishes. I was so grateful until I got up and realized the milk had been sitting on the counter and at this point was no good anymore. He said that he was sorry and he put on a show to relax for a bit before doing the dishes and fell asleep. The next day, I decided to cancel all of our streaming services, PlayStation Plus, and our theme pack passes in order to hire a housekeeper. I figured if he's too tired to do basic household chores, then a housekeeper is necessary. If he's too tired to put milk up, then he's too tired to play video games or for us to go to a theme park. We still have cable and the PlayStation games and can do other activities outside of the local theme park. He blew up at me and said that I had no right doing that, and he was furious.
I think the
I
one
thought that I
balloon will
was
be
doing us a
fine.
favor so we can get more sleep and not worry as much about household tasks. So, am I the butthole for hiring a housekeeper without asking? Also,
Nah.
down in the comments, someone asks, wait, did you cancel these things in order to afford the cleaner services, or did you cancel it because you think it's taking up time? And OP replies, yes, I did it to afford it. So, OP, yeah, your husband is problematic because he's not pulling his own weight. However, canceling those streaming services to pay for the nanny feels less like a financial decision and more like an intentional punishment, or kind of like revenge, I guess. And that's definitely
Yeah.
the type of decision that you should talk about as a couple together. So, I think I'm giving everyone a butthole score here. OP, I'm giving you 1.5 out of 5 buttholes, and I'm giving your husband also 1.5 out of 5.
Personally, I like you don't need any of those things. Like you don't need to have streaming services or gaming stuff. Those are like fun things for you to have. So personally, I don't think she's in the wrong for canceling all of that to afford somebody to help make their life easier. Because if you guys are too tired to, like, clean up around the house properly, but canceling a bunch of stuff lets you afford someone who can help you do it, okay. And if the husband's gonna be mad about it, well, you know what? I don't know. Like, it needs to be done, obviously. I don't know. Like, you guys can always get that another time when you guys are in a better financial state and you don't need the nanny anymore because you're not fucking tired from taking care of a baby. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Because, like, I know right now I'm gonna have to cancel, like I've had the, like, Fortnite crew pass going for the past few months, but I'm gonna have to cancel that because I can't, like, keep up with that anymore. I'm gonna have to cancel Discord. The only reoccurring thing I can't get rid of, however, is what do you call it? Live 2D because I need that for working on stuff. Like, and it's only $15 a month. So that I can put up with that. And my Apple Music. Because if I get rid of my Apple Music, it would delete everything, apparently. Apple Music does not save all of the music that you have, like, downloaded, essentially, if you didn't outright buy it. So I would lose thousands and thousands of songs that I have, like, built up over the years. And I don't want to have to hunt down all of that again. So that will stay. I like having my music because it's cheaper to pay $10 a month to just download whatever the fuck I want than having to like continuously buy albums and like singles and shit. But yeah, there's some things like you just if you don't need it, man, like customer first is always, I know, right? Yeah, because apparently Hydra had Apple Music through her cousin years ago, and her cousin like canceled it without telling her, so she lost like all of the music that she had saved. Um, and apparently when she like, I think she got it back for a little bit, and it was still all gone. And I can't do that. I can't do that, man. I've worked too hard on gathering all of my music into one spot to lose it all like that.
5. Am I the butthole for exposing my wife's cheating and not wanting anything to do with a child that isn't mine? So, 2 weeks ago, I found out that my 5-year-old child isn't biologically mine. I felt so hurt and betrayed that my wife of 6 years, who I've been dating for 9, cheated on me and even got pregnant by another man. I took a paternity test without
Bro.
telling my wife. I immediately confronted my wife and called her a whore in my anger and many other names. She started crying and explained that she hid it because she didn't want
Is it raining? I think it's raining a little bit.
to break up our happy family of 3. I asked her why she cheated on me, and she explained that we had a very nasty argument back in the day. So she hooked up with someone, and it was just a one-time fling, and she's been loyal to me. She said that she had doubts that I wouldn't be the father, but she never took a paternity test because she said that she was happy seeing me happy, and she didn't go with an abortion for peace of our family and didn't tell me the truth. I told her I'm divorcing her and I don't want to be in our son's life. She started crying and begging me to not break the family, and I'm still his father, and I've been a wonderful father and husband, and I should forgive her. And don't let DNA destroy our lives, and she started begging me. I immediately left, and she's been blowing up my
Girl.
phone. I decided at first not to tell anyone, but in the end, I got very angry and decided to tell everyone, and everyone's pissed at my wife. Her parents said they want nothing to do with their daughter and cut contact. My sister furiously called my soon-to-be ex and cursed her out. Her brother and sister, on the other hand, said that I humiliated my soon-to-be ex and I shouldn't have told everyone and I should have kept it between us.
Nah.
Yesterday, her sister called me and said that I need to take her back and come back for my son. I said that I don't have a son. She got angry and started cursing me and said that I'm a weak, pathetic man. No wonder my wife cheated on me. And I'm so
Bro.
pathetic, I had to go behind my wife's back to take a paternity test because I'm insecure and weak that I'm giving up on my son just because we don't share blood, and I'm the reason my wife is alone and depressed. I cut her call off.
Jesus.
And instead, I called her husband and told him everything. I said that that family is full of nut jobs, and maybe it runs in their blood, so you should take a paternity test as well. And don't trust those B words. He said he's sorry on his wife's behalf, and we ended the call. Now I'm ignoring all of my wife's and that B words calls. Man, isn't it crazy how DNA breaks up a family? Not the cheating, not the betraying the marriage, not getting knocked up by another man, but no, it's a weak man and DNA that destroys the relationship.
Bro.
Like, I love how you're weak and pathetic, but your wife cheated just because you had one argument. Man, these people piss me off. OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your wife 4 out of 5 buttholes. I feel sad for the kid, though. His life got destroyed because his mom is a terrible person. That was r/Am I the Butthole. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish. Welcome to r/Am I the Butthole, where OP's brother tries to have his children taken away from him. Am I the butthole for not wanting to accept my brother's apology after he lied to Child Protective Services? I have no idea what to do right now.
Dude,
I'm
what?
so angry with my brother that I now keep my front door locked 24/7 so him and his wife don't just walk in. So let's start with the fact that my brother is clean and sober and has been for a few years, married with 2 boys. I, on the other hand, smoke the green because it's legal where I live. He's also had an increasing issue with this fact, believing the only way to properly live is to be sober, and even the smallest idea of using drugs is frowned upon. It doesn't help that I have 2 kids, and he keeps joking these past 3 months that he was going to call Child Protective Services because he doesn't like the way that I parent. Well, last Sunday, I got a call from a social worker trying to find my house so that he could come and see if my kids were doing okay. The call came with a laundry list of complaints, which the caseworker determined were completely unfounded, and this whole thing was a waste of time. The caseworker asked my oldest child questions to see if anything was true, and he could see in her face that she was confused as to why he would ask such weird things. Well, in my confusion, I called my mother and sister to tell them what had just happened. I was in the process of explaining to them what had gone down when my brother and his wife walked through the door. I didn't want to ask questions, but I couldn't stop it from coming out of my mouth. The way this man shrugged his shoulders and said, "Yeah, I did it," I immediately lost my mind. I told him to get out of my house and that I never wanted to see his face again. He and his wife quickly shuffled out of the house while I went to go cry in a room away from the kids. 4 days later, the case was being closed. CPS said there was nothing in our homes or about us that would or should cause them to be involved. Now, my brother and his wife are trying to message me and guilt me into forgiving him. But there isn't a fiber of my being that has forgiveness for him left. Am I the butthole?
Nah.
No. Getting CPS called on you when there's nothing wrong with your family whatsoever is an act of war. What was his end goal? To have your kids literally get taken away from you as a punishment for doing a completely legal thing in your state that he just doesn't happen to approve of? That is disgusting behavior. OP, I'm completely on your side. I could never breathe the same air as that scumbag. OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your brother 4 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for telling my sister that I don't know if I love her after finding out about her 5-year affair? My sister, who's 32, moved in with me because she got pregnant 5 months ago from what she claimed was a one-night stand. I love my sister, so of course I took her in. My husband is overseas for 6 more months, so it was nice to have her around because I care about her very much. On Monday, I came home and saw my sister and a strange woman in a screaming match on my doorstep. I obviously didn't know what was happening, but I saw the woman poking my pregnant sister's shoulder, so I intervened. I sent my sister inside, and she begged me to send the woman away. I didn't understand what was going on, but I wanted the altercation to end for everyone's sake, so I told the woman as much. Then the woman started screaming at me, asking me if I was also sleeping with her husband. I was like, huh? And then the woman basically revealed that my sister had been having an affair with her husband for 5 years. She'd printed out
5 years is crazy, dude.
It was disturbing to see, and I didn't want to go through it all. However, a few things were established. 1, my sister knew about his wife. She knew that she was the mistress and liked it. 2, the wife was a stay-at-home mom to their 4 kids.
Bro.
Has a severe disability from a car accident. 3, her husband knew about my sister's pregnancy and even took her on a baby moon to celebrate it. 4, the affair had been going on the entire time, with my sister believing he would eventually leave his wife for her. 5, my sister had fully embraced the role of being the other woman and was emotionally invested in their relationship, despite his repeated lies about leaving his wife. I told the woman I was very sorry and that obviously I didn't know, but I asked her to leave because this was going nowhere and I didn't want the neighbors to call the cops. She was furious, but gave me her number on a post-it, begging me not to let her husband stay at my house. I assured her that no man was stepping foot in my home. My sister was begging me not to believe the woman, calling her a vindictive ex-wife. I told her, all right then, let's just look up the marriage online. Let's see if a motion for dissolution of marriage was ever submitted. Me and my sister fought hard. My sister kept saying I would never understand and that they love each other, but he just couldn't leave his wife, blah blah blah. I called her dumb and naive. The next day, I told her she could stay here because I didn't want her to become a financial burden on that other woman in any way, but I also told her that, right now, I didn't want to engage with her. My sister asked me if I still loved her, and I told her, honestly, right now, I can't say that I do. I will always help my nephew and not endanger you, but I can't like you because you've shown me that you're not a trustworthy person. I told her that I didn't trust her not to try anything with my husband, and I didn't trust her with anything at all, so I made her sign a tenants agreement. She's been begging me to forgive her, and I told her there's nothing to forgive. I just don't know who she is anymore. OP, while reading this, I was thinking in the back of my mind that it's very logical to, maybe you love her, maybe you don't, but the conclusion I would come to is just, I don't know who this person is anymore. So I'm very delighted to see that you came to the exact same conclusion at the end of the story. Because, yeah, your sister is, well, dumb and naive. You said it yourself. She's very dumb, but also she's a liar. I mean, how could you believe a single word that comes out of her mouth for the rest of your life? OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your cheating sister 3.5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for being the reason that my grandparents refused to help my dad anymore and laughing when he and his wife complained about it? I'm a 16-year-old guy, and my mom died when I was 7. She left me an inheritance that my dad was put in charge of. The money was supposed to be for my future, and nobody was supposed to touch it unless I really needed it, and it was pretty specific. I read through the documents 5 months ago when all this went down. My dad got married again when I was 10, and he has an 8-year-old stepdaughter and now a 4-year-old daughter with his wife, Louise. My half-sister was diagnosed with a rare condition when she was 2. It was always clear that something was wrong, but they had a really hard time figuring out what it was. Doctors would say she'd be fine when she was older. The condition isn't life-threatening, like she won't die from it, but it could potentially leave her permanently disabled in a bad way. A few months ago, they found out about this treatment that's hard to get into, but it was expensive. There is a way to get help paying for it, but that takes longer. So my dad decided that he would use the inheritance that my mom left me to pay for it. He tried asking me, but he was going to do it anyway, and when I told him no, he told me as much. Then he shamed me for saying no, for putting college before the health of my half-sister. Louise was in the room with us, but she wasn't talking before I said no. She asked me, how could I look at my half-sister at the life that she'll have if we don't do anything and say no? I told my dad that I would never forgive him if he took my money. After I read my mom's will, I brought up the fact that the money was only for my needs. He told me that my mom was dead and he hoped that she would understand. I told him that I never
Bro.
did. He told me I'd understand when I'm older.
Nah.
I told him I hated him, and I told Louise she better never speak to me again, because I found it disgusting she would encourage stealing from me and taking my mom's money. I told my grandparents what my dad did. They're my mom's parents, but had stayed friendly with dad, and there were times that they would help him. They shared stuff with him all the time, and Grandpa would look at Dad's car for free if anything was wrong. That all stopped when I told them. Dad couldn't figure out why until he confronted them about it last week. They told him that he had some nerve stealing from me, taking their daughter's money and spending it on his child. My dad was mad that they didn't understand and support his decision. He confronted me about it and complained about what I did. I laughed and told him that I warned him and I would never forgive him for it. He asked how I got to be so heartless and selfish. I told him I would never forget what he did. Am I the butthole?
Nah.
Yeah, you have every right to be mad, OP. You literally got robbed by your own father. If you and your grandparents aren't doing it already, you should go talk to a lawyer and potentially sue him to get the money back. I'm giving
Yeah.
you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your dad 3.5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for not telling my boyfriend that I could understand his language the whole time? I'm an 18-year-old girl, and I've been with my 19-year-old boyfriend for 2 years now. This all started when we met 3 years ago. I was new at our high school, and he introduced me to his friend group, which had mostly French speakers. I've never been confident with my French speaking due to insecurity about my accent, but I can understand the language perfectly. I was just too embarrassed to let them know because I was scared they would ask me to try to speak French with them. I got really close with this friend group, and my boyfriend and I got together after 1 year. Me not speaking French had never been a problem because he would speak English around me and always made sure his friends did the same. And it went on for so long that I just didn't have the heart to tell him that I could understand them anyways. The problem started in university. We both got a house off campus together, but my boyfriend was always coming back really late. I had convinced myself that he was probably occupied with university stuff, but the other night, I overheard him talking on the phone to one of his French friends about how he had hooked up with 3 different girls at the same time, and I was completely
Jesus.
baffled. I confronted him, but instead of him being apologetic, he got mad that I could actually understand what he was saying. I tried to come up with an excuse and say that I managed to pick up the language after all the time we've been together, but he doesn't believe me since he never speaks French around me, and he said that he can't trust me anymore. He's staying at a friend's house right now, and I don't know if I'm at fault here for not letting him
Nah.
understand French, or if the real problem is him cheating. Am I the butthole? And
You are
if yes, how
not
do
the
I do it?
butthole.
You know, honestly, OP, for hiding this secret, I do think you deserve, I don't know, like 0.5 out of 5 butthole scores because it feels honestly kind of duplicitous. However, clearly the problem here is the cheating, right? This is not really up
Yeah.
for debate. So while you definitely shouldn't have kept this secret from him, you are not the problem in this relationship. It's so disrespectful to not only cheat, but also flaunt that fact in front of you and then try to paint himself as the victim afterwards and make it seem like it's your fault. Am I the butthole for telling my daughters that I was moving on with the separation anyways? I found out that my husband cheated on me when I was pregnant. Both times. I only found out 3 months ago, and until then, we were a very happy family, and my husband is a great dad. Our daughters are 14 and 16. They know the reason that we're getting a divorce and that he had 2 affairs with 2 women, but not all the details. They're opposed to the idea of a divorce anyway, and they threatened to never see me again if I went through with it because the offense happened so long ago. I understand that they don't want change and their lives are in upheaval. I know all that, but I just can't be with them anymore. I can't even look at him. Nothing is working. Therapy is not working, and my kids are adamant about never seeing me again. I haven't seen them in 2 months. We rent a small studio apartment now, and we live every other week in the house with the girls, and the others live in the studio apartment. The girls refuse to stay with me at the house during my weeks, but they stay in the studio with my husband. We bought our house in 2003, and it's quadrupled in value, so we're going to be able to have 2 decent homes, even if it's not as big and beautiful as this one, but it's not like our daughters will live in bad conditions. Before all this, they were close to both of us and loved us equally. Now, they only love him. Last
Which
week,
is so
they made it
weird.
clear that if I filed for divorce, they will never see me again. I said I was never going back to him, and they said I made my choice and they'll never see me again. Your daughters sound awful, OP. You're going through what's probably the worst moment in your life, and they choose to just abandon you. And instead of supporting you, they're supporting the guy who cheated on you. OP,
Yeah.
0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving the rest of your
Yeesh.
family 3.5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for choosing my family? My parents always chose my brother. It's been like this my entire life. As a child, I never put them in the position to choose. That kept the peace, and it also didn't make me feel like garbage about myself. I'm the dependable child. I show up and always do the right thing. This is where things get tricky. My brother married into an awful family. Extremely entitled, snobby, and just very mean. They've always hosted Thanksgiving, and it's just been something that my husband and I just go along with. Really, we do it to just keep my parents happy. The last 2 Thanksgivings, the father of my sister-in-law has been incredibly mean to my 5-year-old, to the point where I reached out the day after Thanksgiving saying if this continues, we will no longer be celebrating holidays with them at all. We've seen them since, and it's been fine, but it's never been in their home, and that's when the father's comfortable enough to be mean. This Thanksgiving, my husband and I decided to plan a local trip for our family. We invited my parents and my brother's family. They all loved the idea, but declined. Since my brother declined, my parents said that they can't pick between families, but of course picked my brother's. I expected it, and I'm not even mad about it. My husband and I booked our trip anyways. We're not going to subject our children to a toxic Thanksgiving. Well, today I got the group text message about Thanksgiving plans. I sent a very friendly text back saying that we'll be out of town, and now everyone is upset at me and blindsided even though we've been discussing it for months. They thought that because they declined the trip that we weren't going on it, but we are. Am I the butthole? OP, the fact that you even have to come to Reddit to type this out and be like, hey guys, am I the butthole here? Proves that you are so deep in the abuse that you can't even tell what's normal from what's abuse anymore. OP, you get an easy peasy 0 out of 5 buttholes. You gotta reduce contact, man. I'm giving the rest of your family 3 out of 5 buttholes. That was r/am I the butthole. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the Welcome to r/am I the butthole, where OP almost kills her ex-husband. Am I the butthole for not checking in on my ex and he nearly died? I'm a 35-year-old woman, and I'm recently separated from my fiance, who's 35 due to his excessive drinking, but we're still close and regularly see each other. After taking him to the emergency room overnight, I brought him home and he said that he just wanted to chill solo, so I left. I attempted to message him, but didn't hear back. This is unusual for him. However, I wanted to respect his boundaries.
Yeah.
That night at 10 a.m.
Go for it. Honker. How'd I know? How'd I know? Gray. They look like little flower petals. It was supposed to be hearts, but it looks like little flower petals now, which is even cuter, honestly.
My ex's mom woke me up calling to ask me to go over there and check on him. I had a key and she doesn't. I declined to because I had just been woken up and figured that he was just ignoring both of us because he was drinking. And to be frank, I'm sick of the drinking and having to care for him. I'm sick of begging him to do things like get out of a urine-soaked bed so I can try to get him clean and dry. I'm sick of the relentless drunk screaming and crying. I'm burnt out. She ended up calling for a welfare check, and when the police came, he was drunk and severely ill. The doctor said that he probably would have died if he hadn't been brought in that night. It was to the point that the hospital refused to release him when he tried to leave, and they got the police and county attorney involved to force him to stay. His mom was pissed at me and refused to tell me, so I only found out a couple of days later that he's in the ICU on a ventilator. I feel incredibly guilty that
That's not your fault.
in my hands alone, someone I care about would be dead. So I came here to either relieve my guilt or be deservedly raked over the coals.
Nah.
Let me get this straight. OP didn't say why her ex was in the emergency room. I assume for excessive drinking. So, the very day this guy got out of the emergency room, he drank himself back into the emergency room.
Yeah.
Oh, this is like mega plus ultra levels of alcoholism. I'm starting to think that even if OP did care in checking in on him and the mom got involved too, they're still not going to be able to save this guy from drinking himself to death. OP, this is not your responsibility. Hand over the key to his mom and just wash your hands of this situation.
Yeah.
This is a toxic mess. I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I don't even know what to give the husband here, the fiance, because he's clearly sick. I guess 3 out of 5 buttholes, and I'm giving the mom 1.5 out of 5 buttholes. Getting mad at you is stupid. Am I the butthole for going 10 years without an orgasm? I'm a 40-year-old woman, and I've been patient. I've been supportive. I've been down every medication road to go down with him, my husband, who's 42. I've done every fantasy he's asked of me. I even went down the third person route for him. But I've been with this person for a decade. We have kids together. I've been sympathetic to him when he told me about his erectile dysfunction, developed after we married and had kids, by the way. But I also said, that just leaves room for more foreplay. I would have thought that he would have taken the opportunity to at least try in that area, but he hasn't the simplest clue of what that means. Even when I've given him...
Hold on. I gotta go check the door for a possible package. Okay, no package. Not the wiener syndrome.
him guided directions, oral, and by hand, it's like it's in one ear and out the other. Also, he doesn't give me any foreplay before or afterwards. It's all about him, his needs, and his discoveries of my prior experiences. He likes to hear about other things I've done with people that turn him on, and I'm just fed up. Am I the butthole for walking out on him during fun time tonight because I'm tired of not getting mine? Please let me know. Oh man,
Nah.
that's rough. I hope at least you're getting the job done by yourself, so to speak. Because 10 years without, that's unimaginable for me. OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. If anything, you seem like an amazingly patient wife. I'm giving him 2.5 out of 5 buttholes. It's not that he can't, it's that he just doesn't care. Am I the butthole for taking my daughter's college fund back after she said she was going no contact? I'm a 45-year-old woman and a single mom of 2 kids, Ella, who's 18, and Jake, who's 16. My husband died when the kids were young, and I've worked extremely hard to support them both emotionally and financially. My husband left
Yeah.
behind a life insurance policy, and I've been saving part of that money for their college education. Since Ella was a little girl, she's always dreamed of going to a prestigious college. We've had many talks about how important education is, and I made sure she knew that the fund I was building for her and Jake was specifically for their education. I wasn't able to afford luxuries like vacations or new cars, but I wanted to make sure they wouldn't be burdened with student loans. Recently, though, things have become strained with Ella. She started dating a guy, Matt, who's 19 a few months ago, and I feel like her personality has completely changed since. She's become distant, rude, and dismissive of anything I say. She said hurtful things like I smother her or treat her like a child. I've tried giving her space, but last week, during a particularly bad argument, she said that she was going no contact with me once she went to college and would never look back. I was devastated. After everything I sacrificed, to hear that she would cut me out was heartbreaking. I didn't want to react out of emotion, so I waited a few days to cool off. But eventually, I made the decision that if she truly wanted nothing to do with me, then I wasn't going to fund her education. I told her if she's planning to go no contact with me after college, she should consider her fund off the table, and I'd split the money between Jake and myself for other things. She exploded, calling me vindictive, manipulative, and selfish. She thinks I'm trying to control her by dangling the money over her head. I've talked to a few friends about this, and reactions have been mixed. Some say that I'm within my rights because the money is mine and I can do with it what I see fit. Others say that I'm punishing her for her feelings and that I'm being controlling by using the money as leverage.
Nah.
So, am I the butthole for taking back my daughter's college fund after she said that she was going no contact with me?
Nope.
Down in the comments, there's a lot of speculation. Some people are saying the boyfriend are probably manipulating her, which does sound possible. Other people are saying that actually it's probably OP who's the manipulative one and she's leaving out all the abuse to make herself look better. Because if Ella suddenly decided to go no contact, there's probably a reason for that, right? So it's really hard to say what's going on here without more context. But on a very basic level, I'll just say it is OP's money and OP can spend it however she wants. So if she doesn't want to give the money to her daughter, she's well within her rights to do that. So, just taking this at face value, this feels like a no butthole situation because OP has a right to withhold the money and Ella has a right to cut off contact if that's what she wants to do. However, I have a feeling there's more going on behind the scenes here. Am I the butthole for walking out of my son's kindergarten play because my wife wouldn't shut up? I'm a 32-year-old man, and today my 5-year-old son's kindergarten had a little play. It was a short story involving a bunch of bunnies, giraffes, and sheep. My son, Kevin, was one of the giraffes. I was looking forward to it all week, but I was also anxious because my wife, Claire, who's 31, tends to get very bad when we're in front of other people. She'll often become aggressive, short-tempered, and will be incredibly rude towards me. I think she does it performatively because she thinks it makes her look cool. Anyways, Claire and I arrived early to get front row seats in their small auditorium. First, as we waited, Claire began by putting her bag and other belongings on the 2 seats next to her. I had to get her to put them under her chair because other people might want to sit there. She accosted me because, "Of course I know that. I was going to move them when it got crowded." Then she began setting up a camera on a tripod on top of the seat, which would have obstructed the view of anyone else behind us. Luckily, one of the teachers there asked her nicely to take it down. Unfortunately, this put Claire in a foul mood, and I knew that she would be taking it out on me eventually. The performance started, and our son did a great job. But he had a little giraffe hat on with a cord to go under his chin, and he put the cord in his mouth during the play. Claire would simply not shut up about this. As all the parents took videos, she was constantly saying things like, "I told him not to chew on it," and "Kevin, take the cord out of your mouth." I could tell other parents were getting irritated with her because her voice was getting on their video of their children. I lightly suggested in a whisper, "Hey, other people are taking videos. I don't think Kevin can hear you anyways." Claire did not take this well. She began loudly ranting to herself. She would repeat things like, "God, I want him to shut the F up," and mock my voice, "Kevin can't hear you." Over time, she gradually got louder and louder. Finally, when I was pretty sure Kevin's part in the play was done, I stood up and walked out and waited in the car. Claire and Kevin came out 20 minutes later. She opened the door and immediately began tearing into me about abandoning her and Kevin. When I responded that she was embarrassing me, she began sulking and ranting about how she's such an embarrassment to her family.
Yeah,
I
you
felt like I
are.
could have done better. Should I have handled this differently?
Nah.
Yeah, get a divorce.
Yeah.
This woman sounds insufferable. So you're telling
Hi,
me every
Olive.
time you two go out in public, your wife puts you down and criticizes you? Why would anyone want to be married to that? I say that if she
Yeah.
hates her that much, just give her what she's asking for and leave her. OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your wife
Hi,
2
Liv.
out of 5 buttholes. Also, as a father to a 3-year-old, if my daughter did that whole
Don't chew on my
putting the cord in
wire.
her mouth thing, I would find that cute. It's like an adorable little Haha, look, this is so funny. She's a young little kid. Instead of disrupting a play and cursing at a kindergartner's play. Huh? Am I the butthole for not inviting my father because he disowned me after knowing that I wasn't his biological child? Almost a decade ago, my dad found out that my mom cheated on him with another guy years ago through my mother's sister. Back then, my mom and aunt weren't on good terms, so she told dad everything. My parents fought over this, and dad filed for divorce. We all got DNA tested, and out of the 3 kids, I was the only one who wasn't his. It felt so bad to know that your dad
Spicy noodles.
for almost 16 years wasn't really your dad. That didn't feel as bad as him kicking me out of his house when I was begging him not to. I wished I could just kill myself when he disowned me. My mom went into a depressive state and would just spend all day in bed and would just get up to use the toilet. My grandparents lived in a different state, but they did everything they could to make our lives better. I needed to come home from school, do all the chores in the house, and tend to my mom and check on her. I did everything that possibly could be done to make sure we lived. I would ask my mom who my real dad was, but all I got was screaming or to be hit. My siblings and grandparents from my dad's side tried to make things right between me and my dad, but he wouldn't budge. Apparently, I was just a reminder that my mom cheated on me and nothing else. I remembered my 17th birthday when no one else remembered. I cried to the point where I didn't have any tears left. Even when I graduated from high school, only my grandmother came. Why didn't my feelings matter to anyone? Why was I supposed to endure this? After I returned from my graduation, I told my mom that I was leaving if she doesn't tell me who my real dad is, and this time she did tell me who he was. I met him after finding where he lived, and I discovered that I have a half-brother and that my real father was a widower and a doctor. He didn't know I existed, or the fact that my mom was married. It took us time, but we built a bond, and he helped me get through college, and he even walked me down the aisle. He even got my mom some help, and I'm forever grateful to him. Well, currently, I'm a 26-year-old woman, and I was married to my lovely fiance last week, and I didn't invite my ex-dad to my wedding. He tried to contact me before the wedding, but I don't want anything to do with him. My siblings and grandparents from my ex-dad's side say that I'm wrong and that he wanted to make things right. But I don't want to make things right. He had the right to abandon me, so I have the right to do the same. He's not my father. He was once upon a time, but now I understand that he was hurt, but I was hurt too. Everyone tells me to let go of the grudge, but I just don't want him in my life, and no, I won't give him another chance. My husband understands, but no one else seems to understand what I had to go through to get to where I am now. He can't just come back to my life 9.5 effing years later and expect things to be alright. Am I the butthole?
No.
You should tell everyone else, hey, give me 9.5 years to think about it, and then I'll let you know if I'm ready to make things right. I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I don't really know what to give the dad here because, that's a level of pain and betrayal that's hard for someone to fathom if they haven't gone through it themselves. So, geez, what's fair for him? I don't know. I really don't know what to give this guy. If he had thrown OP out onto the street, then yeah, he would definitely deserve a butthole score. But instead, he just handed OP to the mom because he's not the biological dad. So I don't know, this one's tricky. In any event, OP, you're completely justified. Am I the butthole for barging into an office and telling them to make their kid stop opening our office door? So I work in an office building with different offices on each floor. Every afternoon, one of the ladies in a different office brings her kid and allows him to run up and down the halls, constantly opening and closing our door. Yesterday, I effing had enough. I opened the door just as he slammed it, and I yelled at him to stop effing opening and closing our door. I then barged into their office and told them that I didn't know whose effing kid that was, but they had better make him stop opening and closing our effing door. I then filed a complaint with building management. This morning, apparently, I'm the talk of their office. That's her. That's the lady. Yes, it's effing me, and maybe if you weren't such a useless turd of a parent, maybe your kid wouldn't have gotten yelled at. This kid is at least 7 or 8 and should be taught some common courtesy. I work in a law office while they're nothing but effing telemarketers. Yeah, the thing to consider about this post is it's possible that OP's job involves clients. And just imagine how unprofessional it would be if you go to a lawyer's office and then in the middle of, talking about how you were assaulted or something and you want to sue someone, some 7-year-old snot-nosed kid comes in, opens the door, and then slams it on you. It's just super unprofessional, so OP is 100% justified here. I'm giving OP 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving the bad mom and the bad kid 1.5 out of 5 buttholes. That was r/Am I the Butthole, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every. Welcome to r/Am I the Butthole, where OP's neighbor decides that actually she owns OP's pool. Am I the butthole for refusing to let my Karen neighbor use my pool after she demanded that I follow her pool rules? So, I'm a 34-year-old guy, and I live in a suburban neighborhood with a decent-sized backyard and a pool. I've always been friendly with my neighbors, including Karen, a woman in her mid-40s who moved in next door about a year ago. She seemed nice at first, but as time went on, she started to show her true colors. Over the summer, Karen started coming over with her kids, asking if they could use the pool. At first, I didn't mind because I was usually outside anyway, and the kids seemed to enjoy it. But soon, things got weird. Karen began showing up unannounced, sometimes even when I wasn't home, and I caught her using the pool without my permission. One day, I came home to find Karen and several of her friends having a full-on pool party in my backyard, complete with snacks, music, and pool floats. I confronted her, and she acted like it was no big deal, saying, "Oh, you weren't using it, so I figured it was fine." I told her politely but firmly that she needed to ask before coming over and that I wasn't comfortable with her just assuming she could use the pool whenever. Karen seemed annoyed but agreed to follow the rules. Then, last week, she took things to a whole new level. Karen knocked on my door with a typed up list of pool rules that she wanted me to follow. Her list included things like, no swimming after 5 p.m. because my kids have a strict bedtime. No loud music when my family is outside. Mandatory weekend access for me and my kids, but only for our exclusive use. I thought she was joking at first, but she was dead serious. I laughed and told her there was no way that I was following any of her rules for my pool. Karen, what? Karen got angry and called me selfish, saying that I was ruining the neighborhood spirit and being unfair to my kids. Now she's spreading rumors to other neighbors that I'm a bad guy for not sharing the pool. Some of the neighbors have even said that I should just let it go to avoid drama. But I feel like this is insane. It's my pool, and she acts like she owns it. Then OP posted an update. So I went ahead and installed a keypad lock on my backyard fence. I figured that would solve the problem without needing another awkward conversation with Karen. Plus, all of you were right about the liability stuff. I really don't want to deal with any potential fallout if someone gets hurt using my pool. Of course, Karen noticed the lock pretty much immediately. She was at my door, furious, saying that I was locking out the neighborhood kids and treating her family like criminals. She went on about how I was being dramatic and why couldn't I just let them use it like before. I told her straight up that I wanted some privacy and control over who was using my pool. After all, it's my backyard, not a community park. She rolled her eyes and said that I was being selfish. You know, my mom works in local government, so I actually know a little bit about the liability thing. This is called an attractive nuisance, which is anything that would be enticing to a kid and might entice the kid to come onto the property without permission. So that includes like playground equipment or a pool. And in some localities, the owner is actually required to fence that in and make it somehow difficult to get onto the property. Otherwise, they are liable if the kid gets hurt. Which honestly is kind of crazy if you think about it, but, you know, them's the laws in some locations. So, OP, you're 1,000,000% justified. But
So actually, we had like a pool growing up. My grandpa had some money from something. I don't remember what, but he like got like a good sum of money from something. And so he bought a like an above ground pool for us, like a actual one, not like an inflatable one. I was not fancy. It just happened to be that like he had the money, and also they had a we were renovating the basement for him to live in the basement, uh so that he didn't have to live alone anymore. Cuz I think at that point he'd lost both of his legs to cancer. So, you know, um not very fancy. Um but what do you call it? It wasn't banished to the basement. It just he they like refurbished it, made a they put a bathroom down there and everything. They made it like livable. Like it had a staircase down to it, even like prior to getting like to us having the house. Um, like it had a proper outside staircase and then like an inside staircase through the pantry. Uh, but he lived in my room for a bit while they were even working on it, and I had to share my room with my brother. Sadly, I had a fucking share room with dipshit. But no, he had given us like a above ground pool and everything, like where you had to like take care of it and everything. And there was a family that moved in across the way. And there used to be like some like older people that lived there that were nice and everything. Um, and this family eventually got kicked out because they had like destroyed the inside of the house. But they would come over to our house because they wanted to play in the pool. And one day, I think it was when me and my brother were at school, they apparently showed up at the back door instead of the front door in bathing suits and had asked for permission to use the pool. But like we weren't even home. It was like my parents were home. And it was like, bro, what the fuck? Like the nerve of these kids to like come over and just expect to be able to go into the pool like that was like bonkers, dude. I'm having the worst time of my life with this fucking balloon. I don't understand balloons.
Both legally and also ethically, because this Karen is bonkers. I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving Karen, let's say, what, two out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for tricking my sister-in-law into stealing our baby name? So I'm a 33-year-old woman, and I've been married to my husband, Kevin, for 5 years. We have a 3-year-old daughter, and I'm currently pregnant with male and female twins. My brother-in-law, Terrence, who's 38, has been married to his wife, Jess, who's 39, for 7 years. Jess and I are total opposites. Jess is an extrovert. She's kinda loud, boisterous, and some would even say abrasive. I'm an introvert. I'm not quiet or shy, but I am reserved. I'm also very observant. The first time I met Jess, I told Kevin that we would be like oil and water. We've never been overtly hostile towards each other, but we've also never gone out of our way to bond. Unfortunately, Terrence and Jess had fertility issues for several years before finally having their son a couple of weeks ago. Prior to this, Jess was very odd towards us when I was pregnant with our daughter. The best way to describe it is hot and cold. One minute, she pretended like she didn't care while we were talking about it at family gatherings, and the next, she was volunteering to throw the baby shower. I gave a firm no to that. We both assumed the behavior was because of their fertility issues and didn't think too much of it. But the strangest thing she did was almost demand to know what we were naming our daughter before we announced it. She asked us constantly after our gender reveal and got visibly annoyed when we just laughed her off and said that it was a secret. We couldn't understand why the hell she cared so much, as she wasn't expecting at that time. Regardless, we didn't share the name with anyone. When our daughter was born and her name was finally announced, Jess was kind of obsessed with it. I don't know how to explain it. She just kept going on and on about how beautiful and unique the name was. To this day, she comments about how different the name is. But the name we chose is a pretty common Welsh name, which wouldn't be all that different except for the fact that we're African American, lol. I've always gravitated towards names from different regions, and I found and fell in love with the name years ago and never shared it with anyone prior to Kevin. Fast forward, and now we're both pregnant at the same time. Jess's odd behavior continued towards me, but this time it was more blatant. She made snarky comments under the guise of jokes about how big I was going to get with 2 babies, and that my body would never snap back like it did after our daughter. She even accused us of getting pregnant on purpose after she announced her own pregnancy, even though the whole family knew that we were actively trying, and at the time of her announcement, I was already a few weeks along and didn't know. One thing about me, introvert or not, I'm no pushover and I will stand up for myself. But I chose to ignore Jess because I knew that would get to her more than confronting her would, since she seems to thrive off drama. Jess was obviously much further along than we are, however, and we
It
did have our gender
raining.
reveal prior to Jess giving birth. And right on cue, the baby name interrogation started again. Because they decided not to find out the gender of their baby in advance, Jess kept hounding us for both the names that we had already picked out. But again, we declined to answer. After days of this, I got annoyed and asked Kevin if he thought the reason for her insistence was so that she could use the name first since she was due first. He kinda chuckled until he realized that I was serious and said that he didn't think so, but anything was possible. So I said, let's test it. We were due to host my father-in-law's birthday at our house a couple of weeks later, and I decided to leave something in the unfinished nursery with a girl and a boy name on it and see if Jess went snooping. Because Kevin thought that it was silly, he said that he would give me $20 if she did it. So I went onto some website where you can order custom name wall decals and put in the names Aria Rose and Sebastian Ali. These are not the names that we chose for our babies, by the way. I got to the final page, printed it out, and hid it inside of a dresser drawer in the nursery. The party happened, and because we were busy hosting, we never noticed if Jess disappeared for any extended period of time. When I went to the nursery the next morning, nothing was out of place, and the order sheet was still in the exact location. So we both just went, welp, and forgot about it. I did, however, notice that Jess never asked us about the names again. Then Jess gives birth. We went to the hospital to give our congratulations. When we go in and see the baby, I asked what the name was, and man, I cannot properly explain the shit-eating grin that came over Jess's face as she says, Sebastian Ali. I mean, she was really proud of herself, and honestly, it's the most vindictive I've ever seen her look in the years that I've known her. But instead of reacting how she was expecting, I put on a performance like I had graduated from Juilliard. Oh my god, that's such a great name. He's so cute. Look at his whittle face. Oh, I just love him so much. Welcome to the world, Sebastian. Auntie is gonna spoil you rotten. I mean, I was laying it on thick without an ounce of bother. The range of emotions on Jess's face went from shock to confusion to rage in a span of maybe 17 seconds. Meanwhile, my husband is holding in the laugh of the century. We later say our goodbyes, and he gives me a $20 bill in the elevator while almost crying laughing. All I could say was, like I thought. This was 2 weeks ago, and we haven't seen them since because we wanted to give them time to settle in with the new baby. I have heard from my mother-in-law that Jess doesn't seem as thrilled about motherhood as she thought she'd be, considering how long it took them to conceive. But she said that it might just be baby blues. Obviously, I think she's just disappointed that her petty move didn't have the desired effect on us. I did share this story with my sister, and while she laughed initially, she did say that it was kind of a butthole move. So, am I the butthole?
Nah.
I mean, not only is that funny, it's also just brilliant. You completely outsmarted her. I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving Jess 1.5 out of 5. Am I the butthole for refusing to pay for my sister's therapy after she ruined my wedding? I'm a 29-year-old woman, and my wedding was supposed to be the best day of my life, right? You know the drill. Months of planning, stress, money, all that stuff. My 25-year-old sister was my maid of honor, and she's always had a flair for drama. But I figured she could keep it together for one day. Spoiler alert, she didn't. Fast forward to the big day. Everything's going smoothly until the reception. My sister gets wasted, like falling over, crying, causing a scene wasted. She starts ranting about how I always get everything and how my wedding is just another example of me being the golden child. She does this in front of all my guests, including my in-laws. It gets worse. She actually grabs the microphone during the speeches and starts going off about her struggles and how it's not fair that I'm happily married while she's single. At my wedding. The whole vibe turned awkward, and my husband's family was just shocked. People started leaving early, and I spent the rest of the night trying to put out fires instead of enjoying what was supposed to be our special day. Now, weeks later, my parents say that my sister is struggling with her mental health. No kidding. And they want me to pay for her therapy. Their reasoning is that since I'm the successful one, I should help out.
Nah.
And it would show that I'm a good sister. But she ruined my wedding. I don't think that I should have to foot the bill for her meltdown. I'm still angry about the whole thing, and honestly, I feel like she owes me an apology first. But my parents think that I'm being cold-hearted and that it's my responsibility to support her. They're pressuring me hard, but I just don't think it's fair to ask me to pay for something she clearly needs to take accountability for. So, am I the butthole? OP, respond to them with an itemized bill of everything you paid for the wedding. Because if they expect you to pay for the therapy, then certainly you can expect her to pay for your ruined wedding, right?
Yep.
Also, your parents' behavior is giving me a sense for why your sister is so unstable. I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your sister 3 out of 5 buttholes and your parents 2 out of 5. Am I the butthole for removing my pregnant wife's hands from my plate and telling her to stop effing grabbing food off my plate while
I'm trying. I'm not good with latex kind of stuff. Honestly, I'm probably gonna ask Hydra to fix up the balloon for me later. Because this looks like shit. I don't know. I can't wrap my brain around it. As much as I'm trying, I literally cannot understand this balloon. So I'm gonna see if Hydra can help me, kind of like she did with Fay Ray's bunny outfit that she did. I don't know. Even like trying to like copy the colors and working off of these like heart balloons over here, I can't get my mind around it. So I'm probably gonna have her help me out with that.
I'm eating when she has her own plate in front of her? My wife is 7 months pregnant, and I understand that being pregnant is not easy. You're growing a whole human being inside of you, and naturally, you're going to have to eat more. But my wife won't stop eating my food. At first, I let it slide because I was
Look at all of the red. Oh, you guys can't even see it.
Most times, after coming back from
Look at
work,
this shit. There's so much pink there.
Only meal of the day, she'll casually start eating off my plate while I'm eating. This is after she's eaten her own meal earlier. When we eat at the same time, she'll basically do a back and forth between our plates. Last night was the final straw. I had a long day at work and was very hungry. When we started eating, she reached for my plate to grab something before even touching her food first. And I pushed her hands away and told her to stop eating my effing food and that I'm really tired of not being able to eat my food in peace while she gets to. She started crying and told me that I could try to understand that it's because she's pregnant and that she gets really hungry and she can't help it, instead of me being a butthole about it. Also, OP clarifies in an edit that they're really struggling financially right now, so he really does mean that he and his wife each eat 1 meal per day. So, yeah, that's a super important detail. OP, your wife needs to eat. If she doesn't get enough food, your baby could literally die in there, man. If a pregnant woman doesn't get enough calcium, then her teeth could fall out. Like, these are really serious medical conditions. She has to eat. So I'm on the wife's side here. If you're only giving your wife 1 meal a day, then I hate to say it, but you're failing as a husband. Maybe go to like a soup kitchen or get food stamps or something like that, OP, because this is a pretty serious problem. OP, I'm giving you 2.5 out of 5 buttholes and your wife 0 out of 5. Am I the butthole for breaking up with my female to male boyfriend because I'm not gay? I'm a 20-year-old guy and my boyfriend is 21. My boyfriend is a female to male trans. We've been together for almost 2 years. Recently, he came out as trans to his closest friends. He's still only studying, and his parents aren't supportive, but I already have a job, so I offered to pay for his treatment. Some weeks ago we talked, and I told him that since I'm not into men, maybe we should break up. I offered to keep paying for his testosterone until he can pay for it himself, but he got angry and called me a transphobe. Am I really a transphobe? I tried
No.
my best to be gentle and told him that we didn't need to break up immediately if he didn't want to, but just that we should probably start to slowly stop dating. I like this top comment from Ferox. Not the butthole. Bro, telling a female to male person that you don't want to be with them because they're a man and you're not gay is the least transphobic thing you can do. You're literally validating their identity. That was
Yeah.
r/am I the butthole. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/am I the butthole, where OP's mother gets knocked up by a boy younger than OP is. Am I the butthole for calling my mother by her first name after she got pregnant by someone younger than me? No! My mother is having a child with her boyfriend who's 4 years younger than me. Her boyfriend is 22. I'm sorry. Her boyfriend is 22 and she's 47. As a result, I've had a hard time viewing her as mother, and she feels more like a fellow peer now. I just can't bring myself to call her mom anymore. It just feels so effing gross to call her that when she's having another child with someone who's younger than me. She, of course, is furious with this, and she's been making stupid remarks about the way that I've started addressing her, and bad-mouthing me to family members, among other things. But I don't care. I've always been uncomfortable with our
Yeah.
relationship, but I tried to blank it out as I was only visiting her like once a month. But holy cow, I can't stand being around either of them at this stage. And I feel like I need to stay away for the time being. No more visits. Effing hell, man. Why was it so hard for her to stay within her age range? How the F does she not see how weird this is? Boggles my mind. OP, you don't have to call your mother mommy because I'm sure her boyfriend is calling her mommy. I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving everyone else, I don't know, I guess 2.5 out of 5 buttholes? Down in the comments, we have this story from Gary Lumpy Armadillo. My dad dated a 22-year-old when he was in his late 50s.
There
All
we
of his
go.
kids,
That
myself
works.
included, were
Good
grossed
enough.
out. It was so weird. I told him there's no effing way that I'm hanging out with him and her. I felt sorry for her at first, until it became apparent by the things that she said. He bought her a brand new car, paid for her university, up until she dumped him to date his friend, a very rich and older guy that was in his 70s. Am I the butthole for kicking my brother and his new wife out of my house after they tried to redecorate my dead daughter's room while I was at work? So this is still pretty
Bro.
fresh, and I'm absolutely fuming. For context, I'm a 38-year-old woman, and I lost my daughter 2 years ago in a car accident. She was only 14, and ever since that day, I've kept her room exactly as she left it. I don't go in there often, but just knowing that it's there, untouched, brings me comfort. It's like having a piece of her still with me. Her posters, her art supplies, her clothes, all of it's still there. I can't bring myself to change it. Now, fast forward a few months ago, my 34-year-old brother and his new wife, who's 29, had some financial issues after blowing a ton of money on a ridiculous, extravagant wedding. They asked if they could stay with me while they saved up for a new place. Even though I wasn't thrilled about it, I agreed because, well, family, right? At first, things were fine. Until recently,
Mm-hmm.
I noticed my sister-in-law making comments about how I shouldn't keep a shrine and how it's time to move on. I ignored
Dude,
her
it's
because,
2
frankly, it's none of her
years.
damn business how I grieve my child. My
Yeah.
brother mostly stayed quiet, but I could tell that she was getting into his ear. Anyway, I came home from work last week to a literal nightmare. I walked into my daughter's room, and I kid you not, they had taken down all her posters, boxed up her stuff, and had started repainting the walls a hideous beige. They had moved, Jesus Christ. They had moved in a bunch of generic furniture, hung up new curtains, and were apparently turning it into a guest room. I lost it, screaming, crying, the whole
Bro.
thing. I asked them
Hi,
what the hell they were
Samanai.
thinking,
Welcome
and their
in.
response, my sister-in-law had the nerve to tell me they did it as a favor to help me move on, because it was unhealthy for me to keep the room as it was. I was shaking with rage. I
Bro.
told them to pack their stuff and get the hell out of my house immediately. My brother tried to calm me down, saying they meant well, and they were trying to help me let go. He even tried
That
to make me feel
no.
guilty by saying they had nowhere else to go right now, as if that would make me suddenly forgive them for destroying the last piece of my daughter that I had left. I told them that I didn't care, and they crossed an unforgivable line. Now, my whole family is divided. My parents think that I overreacted, and
No.
saying that I'm being heartless for kicking them out. They keep saying they were just trying to help, they didn't mean any harm, and that I'm being too harsh because people grieve differently. They're even suggesting that I apologize and let them move back in.
Hell
My brother is
no.
still texting me, asking me to reconsider, saying they're in a tough spot. But
I'm
all
in
I see
tough
when I look at
spot.
them is betrayal. So, am I the butthole for kicking them out and refusing to
Fuck
even consider letting them
no.
back in after what they did?
Fuck
It's crazy, because
no.
even if you remove the whole daughter angle and you just, I don't know, invited a friend or family member to stay over at your house and you come home one day and they redecorated and painted one of the rooms of your house, that's already like a 3 or 4 butthole score. But then you add on top of this extreme emotional betrayal of both me
Yeah.
and man, I don't even know what to say. Is this a 5 out of 5 butthole score, guys? It might actually be. I try to keep that score for, literal murderers and people who molest children, but yo, this is really bad. I think I'll go. I think I'll go for 4.5 out of 5 buttholes. I
Yeah.
agree with you, OP. They have crossed an unforgivable line. If someone did that to me, I would never speak to them or be in the same room with them for the rest of my
Mm-mm.
life. Am I the butthole for telling my wife that my life would be better without her? I'm 43, and my wife Anne is 46. We've been married for 13 years. We don't have kids. When we first began dating, nobody could make me happy like Anne. She always seemed to know exactly the right thing to say to me when I was down. But over the past decade or so, she's really started to show her true colors. And a lot of what her ex-husband said to me about her has begun to make more sense. For example, I have a very high-stress job. People bring me problems, and I fix those problems. But when I get home, 9 times out of 10, Anne just has more problems to throw on my plate. She doesn't work, so she's free to do anything she wants to solve these problems during the day. But lately, she's even begun making lists of things that she wants me to do after I work all day. But my biggest issue with Anne is that I can't ever really open up to her about anything. Whenever I talk about something bad that happened to me, she'll either try to one-up me or agree with the person who wronged me. Last Friday, I had a horrible day. There was an enormous problem at work that basically all fell on my shoulders to solve. When I was crossing the street after work, I had a green signal, but a bicycle blew through a red light and side-clipped me. The cyclist yelled expletives at me and then rode away. I thought about calling the cops because technically it was a hit and run, but there was probably nothing they could do. When I got home, desperate, I talked to Anne about what happened. She listened and then immediately took the cyclist's side. I reiterated that the cyclist ran through a red light, to which she responded that cyclists aren't obligated to stop. When I told her she was wrong and tried to put the issue to rest, she began frantically Googling laws. She
Bro.
found that in our state, they can treat a red light like a stop sign. She began triumphantly reading the law to me loudly, word for word, getting louder when I kept trying to tell her that I wasn't interested. At the end of her spiel, she gave me this incredibly arrogant look as if she was right. I just stared at her for a second and said that my life would be better without her. She got incredibly upset, shrieked at me until her voice was hoarse, and then packed a bag and left to stay with her parents. She's texted me all weekend demanding an apology, but I haven't responded. Did I do something unforgivable here? Okay,
Nah.
you're ignoring red flags the way that bicyclist ignored red lights. I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes, I'm giving your wife 3 out of 5 buttholes, and the cyclist 1 out of 5 butthole. Am I the butthole for letting my chronically late wife miss an event that she was looking forward to by not rushing her because I wanted her to face the consequences? I'm a 31-year-old guy and my wife is 32. We've been together for 5 years. I'm fed up with my wife's chronic lateness to many things. It's really annoying and grates on my nerves. To her, it seems like no big deal because I always manage to rush her by telling her the time of an event 45 minutes earlier. She never notices because she's too caught up with herself, constantly taking photos. That's the reason she's always late. She has a decent following on Instagram and is looking to grow as a content creator. I find it really silly how she turns everything we do into a photo session, and at this point, I've stopped agreeing to take photos of her altogether. We've had several conversations about this. I've told her that it's mentally exhausting for me to always have to stay on top of making sure we both get ready according to plan, but she never really does anything to address it. This time, I wanted her to experience the consequences of her actions. This month alone, we've been embarrassingly late to events 2 times. And this time was the first that she realized that I hadn't been honest about the timing because I used to give her an ETA 40 minutes earlier. A week ago, I told her that I wouldn't be doing that anymore and that I expected her to act like an adult and be more responsible. It was her birthday this weekend, and I got her tickets to an event featuring several performers, including her favorite artists in the first act. This time, as I'd already told her before, I didn't give her an extra 40-minute buffer. I expected her to remember our conversation and store that information in her head to plan accordingly. Instead, she did her whole influencer routine, decorating our room, setting up studio lights, dressing up, and taking photos. The whole time, I knew that she was missing out on her favorite artist because she didn't take me seriously. It was so ironic that I didn't even feel like reminding her. I'm done with the mental burden of always rushing and planning. We arrived and she realized what had happened. She got upset and started crying, asking how could I do this to her on her birthday? She said it seemed like I was enjoying that I got a rise out of her, and she asked me why I couldn't set aside my ego for one day. I told her this was on her, that I'd already made it clear that I wasn't going to rush anymore, and she should have listened the first time and expected me to follow through, unlike her. She said the whole point of the event was to see the performances of those artists, who we just missed. She was incredibly upset and kept crying off and on during the event. The ride home was awkward. I was in the downstairs restroom when she texted me saying that I wasn't welcome in the bedroom that night. I ignored her message and went inside while she was changing. She looked like she wanted to kill me, and I simply told her that her saying that I'm not welcome was irrelevant because it's my room too. If she's uncomfortable, she could take the couch. She ended up leaving to visit her mom, and I'm considering whether or not I was the butthole. So most people are saying not the buttholes, and I'm seeing a couple everyone sucks here. Personally, I'm in the everyone sucks here camp.
Yeah.
While I do agree with you that your wife is a major pain in the butt, choosing her birthday to teach her a lesson is
Yeah.
really awkward on your part, OP. That's the whole point of a birthday. You're supposed to spoil them and give them whatever they want. I assume you would expect your wife to spoil you on your birthday too, right, OP? So I agree with your message, just not the timing of it. I'm giving your
Yeah.
wife 1.5 out of 5 buttholes and you 0.5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for telling my wife that she's effing wrong and that my mom is right? I'm a 35-year-old guy, and I've been married to my 32-year-old wife for 5 years. We've been struggling financially for the past few months. I lost my job about 3 months ago, and while I found part-time work, it doesn't pay nearly as much as before. We've had to cut back on a lot of things, but it feels like no matter what we do, we're still living paycheck to paycheck, and even pulling from savings. Recently, my mom came over to visit, and she noticed how stressed I was about the money situation. She offered some advice on how we could save money. Things like cutting down on takeout, meal prepping to avoid buying groceries multiple times a week, and switching to cheaper brands. My mom has always been frugal, especially when she was raising me and my siblings on a tight budget. I thought it made sense, especially since we're really trying to save wherever we can. I asked my mom if she was willing to go through our spending and show us where we could cut down. My wife agreed with this. She made a whole spreadsheet about our spending, and we are spending way too much money on fun stuff. We don't need Starbucks every day, and so on. It also became apparent that most of the fun spending was my wife's doing. To be honest, my wife didn't take the breakdown well and started arguing with my mom that her spreadsheet was wrong. She said that my mom's way of doing things is outdated and doesn't work for us. My wife doesn't want to give up buying organic produce, and she likes having variety in what we eat each week. I tried to explain that we need to make some sacrifices if we want to get out of this financial hole, but she kept insisting that these things weren't as bad as I was making them out to be, and that we just needed to ride it out. My mom left at this point, and my wife and I were still arguing, and my wife told me that she just can't give up her takeout. She also went on about my mom being wrong. That's when I lost my patience and said, "You're effing wrong. My mom is right. She managed to raise 3 kids on one income, and we can't even cut back on groceries for a few months?" My wife got really upset, saying that I'm being a huge jerk for siding with my mom and that my mom is outdated.
Nah.
She's barely spoken to me since, and now I'm wondering if I went too far. But the way I see it, we need to be realistic about our situation, and my mom's advice could actually help us get back on track. OP, your wife keeps calling your mom outdated, but math is never outdated. Math is math. If you're spending $20 a day at Starbucks, then that's, I don't know, let's math that out. $7,000 a year. OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your wife 2 out of 5 buttholes. That was r/Am I the Butthole, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/Am I the Butthole, where OP's wife is literally addicted to fast food. Am I the butthole for completely cutting my wife off from our finances because she would not stop ordering takeout? I'm a 41-year-old guy and my wife is 39. My wife doesn't work due to a minor disability. It's not that she can't work, but she complains of discomfort and exhaustion the whole time. Our discussion about her working basically ended 5 years ago, and I've completely given up on the prospect of her never having a job again. Seeing how she doesn't even come close to qualifying for disability and brings in no income, we currently live entirely off of my salary. I don't mind financially supporting her, but my wife's spending habits have gradually become more and more reckless. It began with her ordering takeout twice a week, and then that escalated into 3 times a week, and now she's ordering takeout nearly every day. This is all despite our fridge being stocked constantly. I do the shopping, and I make sure to even keep our freezer full of things that she would only have to microwave. Last month was a particularly heavy one for her. She spent $1,176
Jesus
on
Christ.
delivery apps alone. We cannot afford this. There were several days that she ordered twice. I may have reacted harshly, but on Friday, I pulled money out of our savings, completely paid off the card, and then canceled it. I then removed all the money from our joint account and funneled it to my own account. Apparently, my wife learned about this when she tried to order takeout. She tried to call the company, who explained that the card had been canceled. She texted me asking what had happened, and I responded that she was cut off. Well, when I walked in the door that evening... Excuse me. My wife was lying on the floor dramatically saying, "I have low blood sugar." I told her she could eat any of the food that we have in our fridge or freezer. I also noticed she had taken the garbage out, probably for the first time in a decade. I'm surprised she even knew where the outdoor bin was. I can only assume that she that she was disposing of the evidence of what she ate because she was pretending to have not eaten. But honestly, I don't care enough to dig through the garbage to find it. She was furious at me all weekend. Was what I did over the top?
Nah.
Let me do math on this. 1176 times 12. That comes out to $14,000 a year on takeout, which is crazy because takeout is the worst value proposition you could possibly get. I assume she's using like Uber Eats or Postmates. Yo, you guys, earlier I got a random craving for wings, and my wife was like, "Oh, I'll order you some wings from, some wing place." And so she just put in an order for a dozen wings. And it was $40 for 12 wings and a
Yeah.
couple of sauces. $40? Look, I get that ordering delivery is a nice occasional decadence, but it's just such a waste of money.
It
So
really
I'm
is.
1,000% on your side. I will say you probably should have talked to her first and said, hey, let's recalibrate here before taking all the money out of the account. However, I can see your side of things. So I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes, but I would not fight anyone who said that OP deserves like 1 or 2 out of 5 buttholes necessarily. I'm giving your wife 1.5 out of 5 buttholes. I guess ultimately it depends on how much money OP makes, right? If $1,000 a month is not a big deal and that's how much OP spends on things that he likes, then I guess the wife is more justified. But for most people, $1,000 a month is a lot of money.
That's a lot of money, dude.
Posted an update. For the following few days, my wife kept talking about how I was financially abusing her. She threw several tantrums despite apparently being severely malnourished, threatening divorce, and she threw a bunch of food that we had in the fridge away to try to strong-arm me into letting her get takeout. And she even tried to guess my bank account password a bunch of times. Sorry, my password isn't Taco Bell 123. The last
You slept all afternoon. What? That's you're gonna have a horrible time sleeping the night, huh?
one was how I learned that if you try to guess someone's bank account password enough times, the bank will send them an automated email. By last Friday, the complaints and threats stopped. She seemed mostly back to normal. I figured she had given up. That was until today, which was garbage day. When I took the last bag out before taking the bin down to the curb, I discovered half a dozen fast food bags and other takeout containers in it. My wife wasn't supposed to have access to money. I have no idea how she was affording all this food. I confronted her about it, and at first, she denied everything. I had to bring inside all of her fast food garbage to get her to fess up. What the hell? She had taken out a loan. Now, at first I thought that she had borrowed money from a friend or a family member, but she had taken out one of those predatory payday loans. Before you ask, no, I have no idea how she was approved. Within the next hour, I froze my credit. I then drove her to the payday loan place where I paid off the loan in cash. I will now have to dip further into my savings to pay off the rent. I suppose, in a certain way, cutting her off was successful. She didn't order takeout anymore. She just drove to the restaurant to pick up her food for the low price of $20 for every $100 she borrowed, or $60 in fees in total. In addition, I told her that we'd be getting divorced. So, yeah, my marriage is over. I don't even know what alimony laws in my state are like, but I assume she'll happily live in a cardboard box under a bridge if Uber Eats will bring her food there. Yo, this is starting to sound less like a spoiled, entitled wife and more like she has some kind of legitimate addiction.
Yeah.
I remember during COVID, my wife and I basically became shut-ins for about a year and
worked all night. I don't know if I could ever do like a nighttime job. Like if push came to shove, I would work one. But like I used to work a job where I had to, some days I would have to close 11 to 8, and then other days I would have to get up at 3 in the morning, or well, 2 in the morning technically, and work like 2 to 11. And that alone fucking murdered me, dude. That shit sucked. I can't imagine having to try and change to a complete overnight.
a half. And we just sat inside watching reality TV and ordering takeout. And we spent so much money on takeout. But afterwards, we had to be like, yo, we've gone way overboard. We've gone crazy. We're wasting too much money. We're getting a little pudgy around the midsection here. We gotta recalibrate and slow this down. So we did, and now we order takeout maybe once or twice a month. So I'm hoping this woman can see the light and realize that her lifestyle has completely gone off the rails because, lifestyle inflation does happen. But I think OP's making the right decision by breaking up with her because this woman is nutso. Am I the butthole because I told my mother-in-law that's all on her? My 5-year-old son's birthday is coming up and he wants a chocolate cake with chocolate icing. It's his birthday, so I said yes. My mother-in-law can be a selfish cow sometimes, and my son was telling her that he's getting a chocolate cake and chocolate ice cream. My mother-in-law said that she didn't like that, so instead, we should get something that we all like. My son said, "It's not your birthday, so you don't get a say." Normally, this would be disrespectful, but we had a similar incident at a friend's birthday party. My son didn't like the cake flavor at that party, and we had a discussion about how the birthday person gets to choose their cake flavor because it's their special day. When I told my mother-in-law the same thing that I told my son, she was shocked. I told her, when it's your birthday, you can get whatever flavor of cake you want. My mother-in-law called me a B-word and my son a spoiled brat. So I told her, with that attitude, you won't be coming to the party. My husband was all WTF and tried to talk me into ordering his mom a cake that she would enjoy after our son and I were rude to her. I said, no, it's not her day.
Yeah.
That just teaches our son to act entitled at other people's parties if we don't stick to the rules and etiquette that we explained to him. And it'll just make him confused, entitled, and spoiled. My husband saw the truth in that because our son was excited about his birthday cake for his birthday, and he now understands that not everything is about him. Other people get to enjoy their special event how they want to. In return, my son gets to enjoy his special event and occasions how he wants to. My mother-in-law doesn't seem to get that and wants my son to write her a sorry letter about what he did wrong. My husband and I don't feel like my son did anything wrong by repeating what his parents told to him. My mother-in-law said that she's not coming to the birthday party or giving him a gift without an apology note. I told my mother-in-law that that's on her. Yeah, this one's pretty easy. I'm giving the mother-in-law 1 out of 5 buttholes. But the real butthole here is the husband for not sticking up for his wife and his son, especially on his son's birthday. I'm giving him 2 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for leaving after my in-law asked me to move out because I didn't cook lunch one time? 2 years ago, my sister passed away, leaving behind 2 boys, David, who's 12, and Peter, who's 7. My brother-in-law was struggling to juggle everything, and he was looking to hire a maid to help care for the kids. I couldn't stand the thought of someone else raising them when they're my blood, so I offered to step in. For 2 years, I've been taking care of them as if they were my own. Every day, I'd wake up early, make their breakfast, clean the house, do the dishes, wash their clothes, feed and care for the 50 chickens on the property, all while managing my own studies. I did it all without complaint. I wanted to because I loved them and I wanted to keep my sister's memory alive through them. One Sunday, after 2 years of doing everything without a single mistake, I went out for a walk. I asked David, who's now 14, to prepare lunch, which was a simple meal. He said that he could manage, and I trusted him. This was the one day that my brother-in-law was off from work, so I thought that maybe he could help too. A few hours later, I got a call from my brother-in-law, and to my shock, he told me to start looking for a new place because, in his words, I wasn't helping enough. All because I asked David to handle one meal one time in 2 years. I was crushed. I thought I'd done everything right, but apparently this one day was enough for him to decide that I wasn't good enough. I didn't argue or fight back. I packed my things and left quietly. Now my brother-in-law is angry that I left without a word. What? He told you to leave and you left and now he's angry at you? This is just malicious compliance. OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. You sound like an amazing, caring sister, and I'm shocked by how unbelievably ungrateful your brother-in-law is. You get 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving him 2.5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for ruining a child's life? Today, I started talking to an American mother while in A&E. Now, for context, I don't know what A&E is here, guys, so your guess is as good as mine. Her child was interested in the artwork that I have on my leather jacket, as it's pretty colorful. The mother mentioned that her daughter's name was Grain, so I assumed for a while that she was another mother who wanted something special to call her child. I remarked that that was a unique name, and that I never met anyone called Grain before. She told me that she's named after her great-grandmother, and that it's an Irish name. At this point, the alarm bells are ringing in my head, because I've realized that the kid is called Grain, which the Irish generally pronounce as Grúne, or thereabouts. I tried to be tactful, and I was like, Irish has such an interesting alphabet. How's her name spelled? Irish names can be tricky. She spelled it out. Grainne. So, yeah, it's Grúne, not Grain. My partner, who understands the context, was stuck somewhere between stifling a laugh and dying of embarrassment on the kid's behalf. So I came up with what I thought was a very positive reply. I said, an old school name with a modern pronunciation. I think that's a great way to pick names. I was trying to be tactful and positive. The lady asked what I meant, and I said, well, in Ireland, they typically pronounce that spelling Grúne. Her face went red and said that I shouldn't have said the pronunciation was wrong in front of the kid because now she's going to grow up knowing her name is wrong and feel bad about it. I apologized for causing offense and restated that it's a lovely name in both ways and a fantastic nod to her heritage. I said that I'm sure her great-grandmother would be thrilled to be honored by her name being used. I was throwing out just about every positive reinforcement I could think of, but to be frank, the lady was still pissed off. She told me that I ruined her daughter's self-esteem and that her life was ruined by me saying that her existence
Oh
was
no.
wrong, which I did not say, by the way. All I said was that her name was pronounced atypically. Little Grain, or Little Grúne, however you want to put it for context, is a 2-year-old girl and completely unbothered by the conversation until her mother got angry at me. The kid was just
Jeez.
looking at the pictures on my jacket. The conversation was maybe 5 minutes long, but I managed to ruin this kid's life. Hindsight says that I should have kept my mouth shut and waited for somebody else in the city to say something. And in an edit, OP clarifies that they live in the UK, which is a city with lots of Irish people, an Irish center, and a great Irish folk scene. Yeah, OP, you just had the misfortune of being the first person to point this out to her. Honestly, the lady should be thanking you because at age 2, that's early enough that she could change the pronunciation to the
Yeah.
correct way, and the kid probably wouldn't even be bothered by it. You get 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving the mom 0.5 out of 5 buttholes. I think realistically, she's not really a bad person. She just got embarrassed and reacted in a really stupid way. Am I the...
All right. We're going to end there. I pushed the stream a lot longer than I meant to because this art piece took a hot minute. And I really need to get cleaning around the house. Let's see. Let's go give Arctic VT some love. Arctic Alpha VT. We're gonna go raid him. He's playing The Last of Us right now, so we're gonna go give our love to Arctic. He's raided us a few times, so we're gonna return the love. Have a good day, y'all. Thanks for chilling with me. Bye. Yeah.
Ah! Jumbata, thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? How was stream? Hi, Raiders. Hi, guys. How's it going? Over the scaffold. What the fuck do you mean? 1 second. You drop your kids off and you go lurk in the background. Go have fun. Go do the lurking.